What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hi, everybody. How are we all doing? It's me, Legal Vices. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you're doing or whatever. Wow, we've got 9 people here. That's kind of disturbing. What the hell's that all about? Now we got 17, so whatever. It looks like people are coming in. We usually got at least 100 by now, but that's kind of weird. All right, whatever. Doesn't matter. We're still rolling with it. Hi, I'm Legal Vices. Welcome. What are we doing? How are we doing? We haven't done a check-in for a while here, so where's everybody from? Just let each other know kind of your general geographic region. We haven't done a geographical check for a while, and the reason I'm doing this is I'm still setting up stuff here behind the scenes because I am wholly and completely unprepared for this stream. I literally walked in the door 4 minutes ago, so oh, it's been one of those days. It's been a busy day. So let's Cincinnati. Well, Colorado, God's country. Quebec will forgive you for that. And Flux, YouTube is hiding this stream. I had to go to Twitter to get the link. Well, it looks like it's unhidden it. It's unhiding it now because now we're up to 100 people, which is where we should be by this point. So that was kind of weird. It wasn't showing up for anybody. Huh? Illinois, great place. My grandmother, she lived in Rockford. Cincinnati, Phillies, go Birds. The Panhandle of Florida, Gosney country. Yeah. You guys are great. I just love hearing from where we are and checking things out. But so it seems that Twitter doesn't like us. YouTube doesn't like us, huh? Because there was more than one of you that said you didn't get any notification for this. But whatever, it's YouTube. We just gotta roll with the punches. Oh, see, I just got another tweet from someone saying, "Are you streaming today? I don't see anything upcoming." Yeah, I am. Yeah, live now. Weird. All right, whatevs. Yeah, it's just a thing. We just roll with YouTube's punches because we're cool that way. So, all right, today marks day 8 of this trial. 2 days were jury selection, day 6 of actual testimony. And I want to kind of go back through and talk about what happened yesterday. It was a nightmare. But before we do that, let's do our normal housekeeping duties. Again, mods, I'm so happy to have you here. Chat, you are the best chat on YouTube, hands down. No question about it. Couldn't do this without you. Wouldn't have a reason to do this without chat because that's what we do. We talk to you guys. We have our likes and today's just a like poll. We don't have a subscribe thing up. I just thought it was kind of, like and subscribe is too much of a pain in the ass. So I thought we just do the like button. So make sure you hit the like button and then take our poll. We have 175 concurrent viewers and only 88 likes, 90 likes now. But come on, we can do better than that. Let's get that up there. Okay, we only have 95 likes, but 112 of you have voted about how you hit the like button. So some of you are cheating. Get down there, hit that like button. And if you're so inclined, hit the subscribe button. But our poll for today is I hit the like button like I'd hit everybody in this trial for talking so slowly. I hit the like button like I would smash Prosecutor Winona from Beetlejuice. I hit the like button like somebody whacked the chicken. And in the bottom, in number 4 place, I hit the like button like this trial is crushing my soul. This trial is crushing my soul. But everything else is true as well. It's a rough trial to get through. I'm telling you, there's some stuff going on here. It's like one of these trials where there's a lot going on, but at the same time, there's nothing going on. But right now we have 220 people here right now. And I want to say just a personal thanks to the 220 of you that are watching this on this channel right now, because there is a ton of people. There's an absolute ton of people that are covering this trial. And you've chosen to be here. That really, really means a lot to me, because like there's just so many other more popular, bigger channels you can go to watch this, but you've chosen to be here, and I deeply appreciate it. And I want you to know that I do not take that for granted at all. What have we got coming up? Tomorrow, as you know, we do our OJ Simpson thing on Thursdays. We're not going to be able to do the OJ Simpson thing this week. This trial is just kicking my ass, and I can't work a full day at the office, do a full trial stream, and then do an OJ Simpson stream on top of that. We'll get back to OJ after this trial is over. Let's just take a week or two break from this. I just need to. I cannot do it all. So tomorrow will be trial day. Friday morning again will be trial day. But Friday night, you absolutely do not want to miss my Friday night U.S. time stream. It's Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern. That would be 10 a.m. Saturday my time. So it'd be 1 a.m. UK time and noon on Saturday for Australia Canberra time. We're going to be doing my F It Friday stream where we just have fun. We have a huge panel of guests. Excuse me, choked on my saliva there. We have a huge panel of guests, and the whole purpose for F It Friday is I get all of my Super Chat grifting out in one day. We try to get as much, I try to liberate as much money from your pockets as possible, and we just have fun, so I don't have to deal with it the rest of the month. And what we do is $100 Super Chats. If you have the balls, if you have the guts, if you have the wherewithal financially to throw $100 Super Chat at my way, I will drink a shot of a premium whiskey. I haven't decided what I'll do. I'll decide the whiskey tomorrow and get it taken care of. But the fact that I would take a shot of take a shot of a whiskey crushes my soul, because as a whiskey aficionado, whiskey should be savored, sipped, and enjoyed. But also, the lesser, not $100 Super Chats are more than welcome. In fact, they serve the basis of the F It Friday streams, because any amalgamation, any aggregate of $100, whether it's $25 Super Chats, $10 Super Chats, whatever mix, that will get a shot of a lower tier whiskey. And so it's basically just a cheap excuse for, one, me to get drunk, two, me to get all of my financial grifting out of the way at one point on one day, so I don't have to worry about just give me Super Chats all month long, because I don't want to do that. I like them to come in naturally, like we have here today, right now, but it's all in fun. It's all in jest. It's all in good humor. And it gets pretty wild because we have a huge array of some amazing guests. Here's the guests we have lined up so far from LawTube adjacent, and just friends. Let's see. We have Aussie Overlord, who should be joining us in a couple of hours when he wakes up. Mean Copium from Japan will be joining us. Danny On, my good friend. Ian Runkle from Runkle of the Bailey will be here. Stephen N. Gosney, Goz, the Steve that's done everything, that's done all of the crimes since Idaho happened. Drex, if you know Drex, you know Drex. Drex will be here. Potentially criminal Sean will be here. Defense lawyer extraordinaire Andrea Burkhart will be here. I haven't talked to Andrea in a long time. It'll be great to have her on. Flux, our very own mod Flux, will be here. Ari Jacob, who was on here last night, she'll be here. Christina from Radix Verum, you may remember her. She hasn't been on in a while either. She'll be here. And hopefully, Steph the Alter Nerd from England will be here. That's the list so far, and it may continue to grow. But all these people are going to check in, and it's going to go as long as I can stay conscious. So, and Drex the groomer. Drex is not a groomer. Get off Kiwi Farms, you degenerate. Drex is a great guy. Yeah, do I ever sleep in, you ask? I will be sleeping in on Sunday, because this F It Friday, we normally do it in the morning, but the trial is going then, so I have to do the trial. So we're going to do it in the evening. So basically what that means for me is I'm going to start getting liquored up at 10 a.m. on Saturday and just going. Sunday will be the day that I just don't move. CC Case is our newest member. CC Case, thank you so much for joining the clean and sober crew. You are awesome. You are amazing. You are the reason I'm here. And Fondin, $5, setting us off with the very first super chat of the day. Be the Larax's sub, take his poll, and like it. Yes, and if you want, my member is hanging down right there below. Click on my member and join my member. Everybody wants to be a Larax member. Just saying. I might have to catch the replay, but always watch phones while driving. Yeah, do not text and drive. Don't even talk and drive if you don't have to. And Bad Weather Biker, I'll pay to send the prosecution on an all-expense quail hunt with Dick Cheney. Seriously, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Those are the super chats that have come in so far. And while we're talking about the super chats, like I said, I do all of my super chat grifting on too early to say the F word on YouTube, the F at Friday stream. I do all of my grifting then. From then on out, it's up to you. I don't require super chats to talk to me. There is no minimum amount that you have to super chat me before I engage with you. Every single super chat, however small or however large you decide to give to me, that guarantees that I will read your super chat, answer any questions, address whatever it is you have to say. But also I try to engage as much as possible with the regular chats, because not everybody can afford to do super chats. Not everybody wants to do super chats, and it doesn't really matter. And y'all talk amongst yourselves, but I highlight the things that I see and that I think are fun to talk about, and I'll address those as well. But the super chat, because it is you supporting my channel with your hard-earned money, I will read and address all the super chats. So I guess with that out of the way, let's start moving on into what happened. We've got about 20 minutes before trial starts. We got Flux, who is here. She just sent me a DM again saying that apparently nobody got the message that we were live here. So it seems YouTube buried this for some reason. Whatever reason they would have to bury this is beyond me, but whatever. YouTube is gonna YouTube. All right. Yesterday was rough. Let me break out the notes here. And I didn't have time to groom the stash. Guilty of stealing your soul, just like a redhead, just like a ginger, stealing our souls. Right. So hopefully we'll be joined by some people later. I send out a few invites for today. Don't know if anyone will actually show up. I hope somebody does. Nico Ace got a notification. Whatevs. I hope somebody shows up here to take care of this. We have our special guest of the day, one of our special guests, the special layperson. I've decided that I'll just kind of randomly invite one of you from the chat to come and be our layperson of the day, so you can ask normal questions and address normal things. But I'm bringing up my notes here from what happened yesterday, so we can figure out exactly what the hell is going on, because it was weird. Let's see. All right, yesterday, Godfrey. Yesterday, I have no idea what. Oh, Rose. Rose is a new member. When were you ever not a member, Rose? Huh? I thought you were always a member. Now Rose is now being welcomed to the clean and sober tier members. Rose has now become Legal Vice's member. All right. So yeah, yesterday, we slogged through it. If all of you stuck with me yesterday, God bless all of you. I have no idea how you survived that. I was kind of trapped in my chair. You guys were free to come and go as you saw fit. And I was trapped here, but I still could have gone away. But God bless those poor jurors that literally had to sit through all of this. They can't get up and go to the bathroom when they want to. They can't talk amongst themselves. They can't joke. They can't have this irreverent humor like we do. They can't have this banter. They've just got to sit there and suck it up and deal with it. That's rough. I don't know how the jury survived yesterday. But the testimony was abysmally boring. I mean, boring to an absolute painful degree. They started talking about Maggie's cell phone. I mean, they had like cell phone guy on there. Cell phone guy was just useless. I mean, what I learned, I learned a few very important things yesterday. And if you haven't seen it, some of this may actually be a good idea for you to go back and watch, because there was a few interesting things. One interesting thing was Verizon has a guy who his sole job is to take documents to court. That's it. They had a guy on the stand. The prosecution called a guy who literally his only job is to bring a stack of compact discs. I mean, who the hell uses compact discs anymore? But bring a stack of compact discs and Excel printout sheets and other forms to the court and say, okay, this is what we had on our servers. We downloaded it. This is it. And this is what it contains. And we had to listen to incessant testimony. I mean, nonstop, hours-long testimony from this guy who was talking about how, okay, you know, this is the sheet, this is the printout sheet. It shows you column A has the telephone, column B has the customer's name, column C has this, what time they turned the phone on, what time they started the call, what time it switched to voicemail, A, B, C, D, E. And he went through, I stopped listening at Q, column Q. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. That was even long saying that. But he would go through each column and say what is in each column and what each column represents. And the cross-examination of him was disastrous because Dick Harpootlian, the head defense lawyer, who we just call Dick Poon, was like being super boomer, and he actually had to have the second chair defender explain these terms and explain to him what he was talking about so that he could cross-examine the guy. How much of that was an act, how much of it was real, I don't know, but it was effing tedious to watch. It was painful. And Jeremiah Hutchins has been a member for 3 months of the Clean and Sober crew, says, yeah, I left when you were talking about the guy that got sucked into the jet engine and got lucky. Yeah. He lived. Dude got sucked into the intake engine of a jet and spit out the other side. He was actually a very, very lucky man. But yeah, that's how far our attention span went. By the end of this, we were just all hating life, and we were talking about horrible things that happened to people, including getting sucked into jet engines. It was rough. But I mean, that guy, so we learned that there's a guy in Verizon, and that's his name. That's his job, just to take documents and go to court, lay a foundation for them, authenticate them, and say, this is what is in it. That went on interminably. Under cross-examination, his documents to deliver court. And he was talking about that Alex and another guy were sending text messages and voicemail back to each other. That was literally the morning. But there was also a Secret Service guy. And this guy is probably the testimony you want to go back and watch. Yeah, R. Kelly, there was an R. Kelly reference. Flux might find that funny. But yeah, there was R. Kelly was mentioned in the hearing. But no, there was a Secret Service guy that was there. The Secret Service guy, he was very, very casual in talking about things that are thought to be non-existent. I mean, we're all told with iPhones that there's no way to break an iPhone. An iPhone will never give the government what it wants. The government will never let you in. This guy, this Secret Service agent, just very casually, as part of his testimony, said, oh yeah, we have proprietary software that can break into an iPhone. I mean, just like that. He sort of dispelled this iPhone myth in a second by saying, yes, the Secret Service, they have proprietary software that can essentially just break into your iPhone with not a damn bit of problems. So they run like 145 password searches an hour. They use these different password libraries and shit. And basically, it took them no time at all to crack this guy's iPhone. Paul, the deceased son, Paul, his iPhone, his password was his birthday. Durr. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is not a good password to have. But yeah, so seriously, and the other testimony we'll get to in the afternoon testimony, which made it even scarier. But that was the scary takeaway from the morning. Snowden has talked about it. Snowden has talked about it, but this was the source. This wasn't some guy like Snowden who has an axe to grind with the government. This was the government. This was the Secret Service going, oh yeah, we got a proprietary software called What's Up, whatever the hell the name was, and yeah, it basically just cracks into iPhones. It was so matter of fact, and that led into the scary part of the afternoon. In the afternoon. And I didn't watch much of this. So I talked to Andrew from Legal Mindset. He will be here whenever the hell he wakes up, probably 2-3 hours from now. He'll be on. But I talked to him about what happened while I was sleeping. And then when he comes on, I'll talk to him about what happens while I'm sleeping. If you're a Rush fan, everybody has your pin. Yeah, don't do that. That's like the worst pin ever. Like half of Canada. That's probably their pin, 2112. So in the afternoon, the firearms guy, he talked about how ALEX Murdaugh, and we know again how he pronounces his name because during his interrogations, he said his name was Murdoch, not Murdaugh. He doesn't pronounce it even Murdoch. He pronounces his own name Murdoch. It's ALEX Murdaugh. So Murdoch apparently had ordered some silencers for his rifles, but he never picked them up. So again, I think the prosecution there is just trying to show you, oh, look, he was ordering silencers. You know, he had some nefarious motives in mind. So yeah, Mokadik. Yeah, he had some nefarious motives in mind because he was ordering silencers for guns. But they didn't even pick them up. And we saw this 2 days ago where they put 5-6 different weapons on the stand. They opened the boxes, they looked at the weapons, they examined them, like, ooh, look at the scary guns. None of those weapons were used in the murder. It was totally done to prejudice the jury and say, oh, look, he owns lots of scary guns. And then they had all of this ammunition that was laying around. Well, it was all picked up from there. Some of it may have been involved in the murder, but even the stuff that they had was not involved in the murders. It came from the shooting gallery across the street. This is a giant estate. It's an 1,800-acre estate, and there's a shooting range just across the street from where the murders occurred. But again, they could have put all of the ammunition in one bag and said, this is the stuff we found. They didn't do that. They had like 50 different shell casings and shotgun cartridges, and they went through them one at a time. I assume to just show the jury how much ammunition they found. Forget the fact that there is a shooting range across the way. Then they wanted to make sure he was extra scary. He ordered silencers. But then again, he never picked them up. So why they're even talking about these silencers is completely beyond me and is totally beyond anything that has anything to do with the murders themselves. And then Andrew said there was a really, really boring phone guy. And he talked about Maggie's phone and how they got the data. And it was, he said there was a huge deal about shifting the orientation. Said they talked for an incessant period of time about what time they changed the orientation of the phone, and were implying that the orientation changed because someone may have picked it up and changed it after she was shot. And that was the other thing. That was the other scary thing that I was talking with Andrew about, was that we now have a better view of every piece of information our cell phone sends. He was saying that they were talking about things like the phone tells you, it stores all of this data and transfers it and stores it and sells it and whatever, and anybody can access it with the proper cracking tools. Not just who you called, when you called, how long the call was, or where you've been, but what time you turn your flashlight on, what time you turn the orientation of the picture, what time you even touch the screen to light it up at night, what time you swipe to open it. Every single time you touch your phone, what you are doing is being recorded and reported somewhere. That's kind of a scary thing. It's okay to know about it and go, yeah, I know this happens. But when you have a guy that's sitting down and literally telling you this, that every time you make eye contact with your phone, it records it, is a scary kind of sort of thing. Exactly. Eva Torrey says we got to move back towards smoke signal texting. Disconnect. And they said that Alex, for some reason, they said they were really, really specific that Alex called his wife Maggie's phone 4 times. And then like 2 minutes and 7 seconds later, he started texting. He said that someone tried to access the voice, the face recognition on Maggie's phone, but failed. But that doesn't mean someone else tried to do it. It could have been her. She could have tried to do it, because I know when I had my iPhones, I've gone Samsung now, but when I had my iPhones, I used to have the damnedest time, especially in the dark, getting my facial recognition shit to work. Stuff to work. Sorry, YouTube. I didn't swear. And there was some text to the family. So he said that's probably what we're going to be doing today, is going over some very, very tedious phone records. I'm not looking forward to that. Because he said it started to get really super boring by the end of the day. And it looks like it's going to be more of the same. Well, so far, let's clear off these. We're getting ready for the court to start here in a couple of minutes. So let me burn through these super chats, and then we'll kind of chill and relax here for a bit and wait for the court to start. Bass says, thanks for chicken option in the poultry. Yeah. There's always going to be a chicken thing in the poultry. Otherwise, it would be a fowl. Okay, that was sad. Kyle Cowden having to sit through long, boring trials. Sable Breeze on all socials, EP, and streaming platforms will warm your soul, maybe make you cry a little. EP. What's EP? I'm confused. I know ELP, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, but I don't know. And Nicholas Starov, Union Rep, Labor Law. Again, a new and upcoming YouTube channel that you want to take a look at. Some cool stuff. Great personality. And who doesn't love a Viking? Mr. Starov, we see you here. Your smartwatch shakes violently for 10 minutes every night. Yeah, take that off when you take your smartwatch off when you do that. That's just a given. Yeah. That's like the embarrassing thing. You're laying down to sleep, and suddenly it sends out an alert that your heart rate is elevated and might be having a heart attack, and your friends and loved ones wonder what's happening. Don't do that. Extended play. Okay, yeah. All right. So you're old school. I should have known that. Yeah. All right. Should have known that. I saw the gray in the beard. I should have been thinking gray beard thing. I was thinking like, All right. Yes, extended play, absolutely. The old EP. I got several EP albums back there right behind that sofa. Sorry, that's kind of the review of what happened yesterday. And we got through the super chats. Brainwater. Is Brainwater here? And again, before we get going, I said we've got 4 grateful that you're here, because as I said, you could be anywhere on YouTube right now. And why are we buffering? Are we buffering? Yeah, don't buffer me. Don't buffer me, pal. Did we buffer just now? It looked like we buffered. I hope we didn't buffer it. I hope it was just me. My Wi-Fi router, my base router is dying. I need to get a router tomorrow and replace this so that things don't happen. Okay, so some of you said I was buffering. All righty. Well, all right. So while we're going through all of this, again, as I was saying to all 500 of you that are here now, thank you for being here. You could be on any stream dealing with this trial. You could be on Law and Crime. You could be on Court TV. You could be on any one of the multitude of us law tubers and law tube adjacent people that are streaming this. But you've chosen to be here, and I deeply appreciate that, and I never take that for granted. While you're here, I invite you to stay for the trial. It would make me happy, but and while you're here, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you like us, and stay. So I deeply appreciate it. I just wanted to let you know that I do recognize you're here, and you could be anywhere else on earth, but you've chosen to be here. So Deeply appreciate that. We have our guest for the day, our special layman guest of the day, waiting backstage. We'll get to our special layman here in just a bit when the court starts up. Let's see. Want to make sure we don't miss anything here. The court stream is up. I'll put this over here so we can see it as we need to. Let me see. Got to move my wine glass out of the way. Share the screen. We got a lot of screen sharing here to do. Boom. That's this. That's the court view right now. The familiar view of the state seal, which seems to be pretty colorful today. As you can see from the clock, they're 4 minutes late, and the lovely chandelier in the courthouse. Your stream did Paul Murdaugh's impression for a bit. It just buffered. If it did this, it was doing the the Paul Murdaugh impression. I read Alex Murdaugh. Okay, that it was dead. I get it. That's funny. All right. Well, I think let me double check here just to make sure I haven't missed any pregame super chats. And how we'll work the super chats during the trial while it's ongoing is I'll bring them up on the screen, I'll flash them up, and then I'll read them and address them later when there's a natural break or a natural pause, or God forbid, one of the huge gaps in time of 2 to 3 minutes where either the prosecutor or the defense lawyer try to pull their heads out of their ass and decide what they're going to be doing and what question they're going to ask next. 100 of you have already left. That must mean Nick Ricada has started his stream. You're welcome to go. I would appreciate it if you would stay here and see what I have to offer and just kind of hang. It's a much more intimate chat here. We have a lot more fun. We have a lot more talk, but you guys do you, but I'm glad you're here now, all 381 of you. All right. While we're waiting for the court, it should be starting soon. Let's bring in our first guest of the day from chat. Like I said, I'm just going to be introducing and inviting randomly someone from chat every day. Today is our very own Michelle Cavernos. Whoa, wait a minute here. There we go. Let me see him big in here. All right, there we go. How are you doing, Michelle?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Well, welcome to chat.
Oh, thanks.
And we're just getting ready to start. So let us know quickly. Tell us about yourself very briefly. We know you hang out and chat a lot. We know you do things. You're part of the Vice Squad crew. So
Cape Town.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Fine. There we go.
Bringing the She's
got the South African accent going, which is a darn cool, and it's something we all love to hear. We love to get.
I was saying
different
yesterday when I'm in the UK,
here.
I get asked if I'm Australian.
And all the Australians ask you if you're from the UK. And
100%.
All right, looks like the court.
I think they looked worried yesterday.
Everybody looked worried yesterday. Now, as we go. Michelle is going to be serving the purpose of the layman who will ask normal questions and not get into the weird stuff. Oh, are we buffering again? What the hell?
No. Oh, you guys. You just got boomed.
No, we're not buffering. Don't scare me like that.
I'm not buffering.
All right, I gotta keep an eye on this. I have my new router I bought today. I just didn't have time to install it. That would really suck if I just.
You gone through?
Oh, and I've had this one that's plugged in now. I've had that for 10 years. It's an old beast.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Flux says Michelle Cavernos. Pronounce your last name for me.
Cavernos.
Oh, Cavernos. Okay, I've been saying Cavernos because I'm an American. Okay. Cavernos. Okay. Accent on the first syllable. Great. Flux says Michelle. Cavernos bringing the roar, the Jew roar. She's the original Jew roar.
Damn straight.
All right.
Yes.
So let's start this thing.
Good morning, Lieutenant Duff.
It looks very presidential today.
All right. We were talking about Maggie's phone at the end of the evening last night, correct?
Oh, dear
yes,
God.
Yes, sir, we were. Before we move on, I want to cover just a couple more quick things, and then we'll move on. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 283 again. And this was the detailed timeline for Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to flip to,
Oh,
He just looks disheveled.
I don't know. Yesterday, to me, they looked very worried when they were going through the timeline of Maggie's phone.
apologies. So, yes, okay. Line 4529. Take a look at 4529, please. I'm going to put it up on the screen.
Yes, sir.
All
Hmm.
I want to know about the steps.
right.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and again, do we have to wait for like hours for them to answer these questions?
I know part of me wants to watch this not live to then watch it on like times 2 speed.
Yeah, I wish we could watch it on like twice speed. That would be awesome.
It's at the bottom, very bottom.
They've seen all of this, right?
Okay, can you read that,
The
sir?
defense.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I can.
And this is a log entry, correct?
Yes, sir. This appears to be a log entry from the data usage SQLite database.
Okay. And in the far right column there, what does that say?
In the far right column, as I look at it, it says com.apple.datausage.findmyiphone. And then it's got Wi-Fi N0,
Wi-Fi
out 0.
And what time did that data entry occur on Maggie's phone?
That data usage entry occurred at 10:05:13 p.m.
Okay. And what does that tell you, in your opinion?
That in the background, Find My iPhone was using data on the phone.
Okay. Does this information or any information you've looked at in your investigation tell you exactly why the data be used at that time?
No, sir. It could have just been a background app that was running that had been open from previously in the day.
Could it have been that Find My iPhone being triggered?
Sorry for the interruption, but
It could have
Alan, Mod Allen has just gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships.
No, sir.
Adriana
I cannot
got
tell
one.
If it was running in the background. Or
Michelle
if
Reeder got one.
somebody
Len
was
H got
accessing.
one.
Okay, thank you.
Winter Steele got one, and Emily Gale got one. Congratulations to you guys, and please give Alan, our mod, a super special
And
thanks for
again,
the gifted
referencing Maggie's
memberships.
phone, one thing that we have not talked about yet is any location data or any location points from that night.
Okay, this is the important part, the location.
Yes, sir.
Where is this phone and when?
And in fact, in
If the
your
two of them were together.
analysis of her phone, at least for the night in question, did you discover any precise GPS data location points?
From which there are several different databases that location information would be from. From the cache database, I didn't find anything for that night. It looks like previously from the examination that she'd used a map to go to an appointment or to a location, and that information was obtained.
Okay, and that was from the afternoon, correct?
Yes, so that was from earlier in the day.
All right, but at least in terms of precise GPS location for that night, your investigation didn't find any on her phone, correct?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you, again, I'll put it up on the screen. This is in the evidence, states 275.
Why don't we get to see this stuff?
Let's
And
see.
this is, we talked about this yesterday, but this is Maggie's location services, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what did we talk about for the majority of apps we see on the screen? How are location settings set?
For the ones pictured on the screen, there's the majority of them are set to while using.
And so in your opinion, knowing that and knowing what you've investigated in her database, why don't we see a lot of location data on her phone for the night in question?
It could have been from those apps not being accessed. It whether running in the background from previous in the day or not being cleared out or not started at a particular time of that day.
So Maggie's phone was not continuously recording location information, okay?
Not from the apps in the cache database it was.
But you don't have anything in
No
that cache
signal.
database, correct?
Not from that day, no, sir.
Because while she's out at Moselle, would she have been using her map to navigate?
No, sir.
All right. So her phone was fairly well locked down when it came to location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. I'm going to show you, which has been marked.
He does look very disheveled today.
And while he's getting the evidence, for the first time in a long time, the official Johnny Depp Mega Pint Legal Vices Pimp Cup is going to be full of wine.
285.
Yeah.
I
I'm
need
fine.
it. I need this. Okay.
Take a look at
Packaging. Packaging.
Oh,
Oh, God.
okay, this is an open bag. Let's see how long it takes him to open this. How long does it take him to open an open bag? My mic is a bit hot? Okay. Thank you for telling me. You can never tell with this thing.
How come they don't wear gloves if they're handling this evidence?
All right. And what is that item, sir?
This item is an Apple iPhone.
They probably already
It
fingerprinted
was
it.
submitted to me with a SIM card and a black case on it
When was it
That's
submitted
racist.
to you?
in September of 2021.
And have you had an opportunity to examine that phone?
Yes, sir, I have.
And in your examination, were you able to determine who owns that phone?
Yes, sir. According to the account information I obtained from that phone, it belongs to Alex Murdaugh.
Your Honor, at this time, state would move
Postman.
Exhibit 285 into evidence.
Submitted.
Oh my God.
Okay, how are we sounding now? Because I'm listening to myself and it sounds fine to me.
I'm
Do I
going
sound okay?
to show you states, what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 286. And you might need to open up the box to take a look at it.
What's in the box?
So I guess this is about right. You sound good to me. Boomer voice booming. You're too loud. Levels are good. Turn it down. You're too quiet. Great.
Never happy.
All right, and you take a look at it, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and what is that inside that box?
Inside this box is a portable solid state external drive that I received and placed a copy of the Celebrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. And so in your examination of Alex's phone, you did a extraction, correct?
Yes, sir, I did a full file system extraction.
Okay. Using what software?
I used GrayKey to collect the extraction. Then I processed it and decoded it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer and also Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
And you then placed a full copy of the Cellbrite report on that hard drive, correct?
Minus several things. Due to the fact that Mr. Murdaugh is an attorney, there was a privilege review done. So I was only able to put on there things that were not removed by our attorney for taint purposes.
All right. And
How's
so
that for
had an
sign
attorney who
language?
Did a privilege review, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And several things were removed, several communications were removed, correct?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding they were removed for attorney-client privilege.
And obviously, because you aren't part of the privilege review, you don't know exactly what was removed.
Correct.
However, when it comes to Alex's call log, did you consult with the SLED attorney to determine whether any items were removed from Alex's call log?
Correct. None of the calls were removed. It mainly consisted of text messaging, emails, things of that nature that would actually be the communication, not calls.
And at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 286 in evidence.
But they still
Okay,
do
so
it.
no call logs were, there's no call data removed from Alex's cell phone. He didn't delete any call history.
All right. And I'm going to show you exhibit 287. Take a look at that, sir.
Oh my god, the suspense.
Okay.
You recognize that?
They also had that
Yes,
on
sir, I
Edge
do.
today.
This is a copy of the Celebrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's phone that just contained call logs. The date filter was placed on this report for May 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021.
Something weird's going on.
Move to enter exhibit 287 into evidence.
Objection. Submitted. Not objection.
All right, let's take a look at Alex's call logs.
Let's.
And, Your Honor, I don't know if this defense has an objection, but state would have moved to place this under seal to protect phone numbers that might
Oh, no.
appear. And if we could remove the screen to the audience, please. This one.
His hair pattern is distracting. Fair enough.
Why does this take so long? Don't they have all of this stuff arranged already?
They should.
Dicky Poo's on his phone today. He's a bit distracted.
For the privacy of the phone numbers on there, it's under seal.
Hair packed man.
He's a ginger. He doesn't have a soul, Eva.
Okay. And I'm going to show this exhibit, and let's take a look at
Oh my
line 39.
Ooh, what's line
See
39?
that?
No, sir, I cannot.
All right. There we go. All right, can you see that line 39?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And what is that?
god. Also.
It appears to be a call that was received on 5/30/2021 at 5:25 p.m. and answered. Looks like a FaceTime call.
Okay. And that was on May 30th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's look at line 38 and 37. What are those?
Oh, he doesn't
Line
like this.
38 and 37 are both calls. They show outgoing as far as the number that phone dialed to another number on June 4th, 2021. The first one on line 38 is at 3:41:34 p.m. Shows not answered as a FaceTime call. And on line 37, the time on that call, the same individual was 4:35:56 p.m. It shows not answered as a FaceTime call.
Okay. Let's look at line 36. What is that?
Line
If they've
36
seen us, why does
is
he
a
look so worried?
telephone call that was placed by this phone. It was outgoing is the direction. It was placed on June 7th, 2021 at 10:25:49 p.m. It shows not answered. It shows a FaceTime call.
Wait a minute. So we have a call from June 4th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then
Oh,
another
gosh.
call at 10:25. It's June 7th, the night of the murders, correct?
Yes,
Where's
sir.
Dicky Poo
She
going?
testified yesterday on Maggie's phone. You saw several incoming calls beginning at about 9:02, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are those calls in this call log on Alex's phone?
No, sir, they are not.
Let's talk about data that's restored or retained on phones. And we talked a little about SQLite databases yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the SQLite
That color
databases,
like John
for the most
Krasinski in a
part,
movie.
tend to keep information for only certain periods of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is a call log, a phone call log, that type of database?
It's a different style of database. It's not recording information as quickly as, say, orientation changes or GPS location stuff, because you don't place calls constantly every day, every 2 minutes or more. If you
Maybe you
did, then
do.
you would see it get overwritten and taken out the older stuff as new stuff comes in. But people don't make calls that much. So for that reason, it's lasts longer in there.
Okay. So the call log lasts longer than other types of information on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Typically it does, just because that's not used as often.
And as a call log builds up, it might eventually, old calls might eventually drop off, correct?
Yes, sir. Older calls will drop off.
But that would be a pretty, with a phone's available memory, that would be a pretty long list before they started to drop off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And here we see just simply a gap. We see calls from May of 2021, and then there's a couple calls on June 4th.
Well, there's the hot
of 2021.
black-haired chick on
And then
the
nothing until
defense,
10:25
on the prosecution team, and then there's the
on
hot
9/11,
redheaded chick on
correct?
the prosecution,
Yes,
on the
sir,
defense
correct.
team. So I
Is
don't know
that-
which one you're talking about.
Can the database simply overriding itself explain the gap?
The blonde on the defense.
A gap like that would indicate that it was actually removed from there.
So if a call over to fill up and start overriding itself, it would overwrite the oldest items first, you just said, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a standard thing with databases like that. Usually the, first in is going to be the first out.
Okay. And here, we see older calls from May, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a couple calls in June,
Huh?
4th, and then 10:25 PM, we start to see calls again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that gap, when you say removed a second ago, how can those calls be removed to create such a gap?
For a call to be removed, you can go in and very easily go to your call log if you chose to, and you can swipe it. If you move it to the left, that number, it'll pop up red on
Top
the
right.
right-hand side and say delete. And if you choose to delete that call, you could do that same way you could with text messaging, voicemails, other things that you have access to, user access to.
Is there any way, other than that, what you just described, that you're aware of, any process that could explain that gap in call records on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
So he manually deleted calls for
So those
about
calls were
3
deleted,
days.
correct?
That's not suspicious.
It would appear that way from based off of looking at the reports and the examination of the phone.
He's getting a bit red in the face.
He's a ginger. He's always red in the face.
And one last
this
question
is
about
true.
that. In the far right column
Like he's
of
boring.
these calls, we see source FaceTime. What does that mean?
It was a FaceTime call using the iPhone versus dialing the number.
Phone.
And when you pulled this report, if there were normal phone calls, would they have simply been left out? Is that possible?
I pulled it for all call logs, so it should have pulled any regular calls also along with FaceTime.
Okay. And you got Alex's phone when? Again?
And I got it in September of 2021.
Okay.
How long is that after this?
So that was a full 3 months after, approximately.
Oh,
Approximately a full 3 months after the murder.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
So
I wonder what about his iCloud.
can you testify today of when you think those calls were removed with any information?
No, sir, I cannot.
So at some point between when those calls were placed on the night of June 7th and when you got the phone in September, those calls disappeared off that phone, correct?
Oh,
Those calls are not on the phone anymore. How it happened, I don't know.
Okay.
don't know.
Did you do anything in your investigation, in your extraction or analysis to potentially remove those calls?
No, sir, I did not.
Let's see.
I think his phone starts trying to get him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 288.
Okay, so he's deleted some calls from his phone, but what does that prove? That doesn't prove he committed murders.
No, but why would you? For what reason? Doesn't take up storage space.
I do it every now and then just to clear out my call log.
Oh. I never do that.
All right, did you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of an Celebrite extraction report that was done for messages from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Here we go.
You prepared that report?
Yes, sir.
And that report is from the data contained on that hard drive from the full Celebrite report?
Yes, sir.
Not right after I killed someone, no, but I do do it regularly. I just don't kill people regularly.
Two subways.
Enter Exhibit 288 into evidence under seal. To protect phone numbers displayed on this.
Where did Dick Poon go? He got shuffled out.
Are you able to submit a redacted copy deleting the phone numbers at a later time for the record?
Yeah, I want to see.
We could probably make that happen, Your Honor. It probably take some manual work.
It's okay.
We could do that, Your Honor.
All right. May proceed.
Manual work.
All right. I'm going to have you flip in this report, Lieutenant Dove. Previously, when we looked at Maggie's phone, you testified about a group text that occurred at approximately 8:31 p.m. that night, the night of June 7th.
Ugh.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have you flip to those texts. Alex was a part of that group text message, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And specifically, we're looking for the text that occurred at 8:31 p.m. that night.
Oh my gosh, I've printed everything out. I want to see.
So we got the printout of a massive amount of text. All right, that camera glitching is annoying me.
I know. Look at his face. That's like a death stare note. Oh. Oh my gosh, how many pages is this? This is why you don't join group texts. In case you kill someone in your
I
own
see it.
trial.
Okay, you see it.
David Watkins says, "Og so loud, Jeff."
I am that person that constantly talks during a movie. Gunner.
Okay, and I'm going to show on this the text that arrived on Alex's phone at 8:31 p.m. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir. I can.
All right, and this is the same text that we saw on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that arrived at what time?
That it shows it arrived on June 7th, 2021 at 8:31 p.m.
Okay. And we're not going to go through the same read the list of individuals, but these are the same individuals that were in the group text we saw on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
All right, and quickly read this text again. What does it say?
I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
All right. And
Anyone
what
else would be
time,
my alibi?
date and time was that text read on Alex's phone?
It shows read June 8th, 2021 at 1:44:49 p.m.
So that's the next day?
Yes, sir.
Oh, snap.
All right, and we're going to go to the next text in this thread. Can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. Oh, look.
Nice. That's good.
Okay, this should be the correct one. Can you make that out?
No.
Yes, sir, I can make out what the text says.
All right, and what time did this text arrive on Alex's phone?
The text arrives June 7th, 2021 at
Arrives.
8:31:47 p.m.
All right, and what's this text say again?
It says, "I'm in court all week" with an emoji.
And that's the text
Stealing
from
people's
Lindsay.
money.
Yes, sir.
And when was that text read?
It was read on June 8th, 2021 at 1:44:49 p.m.
So I'm going to go. A little bit earlier in the day on those texts.
I can hear the dogs as well.
You can. I can't hear the dogs. Weird.
I can.
And
This ex-governor says I'm in court all week. He was supposed to be in court for the
It
For the-
arrived
That's what they
June
call it.
7th,
the hearings regarding
2021
the boating
at
accident.
4:48:23 p.m.
and just read the text for us again, or read the text for us, please.
It says room 632. Nurse says we can alternate visits with only one person in at a time.
And who sent that text?
It looks like John Marvin Murdaugh.
And what time was that text read?
It shows read June 7th, 2021 at 5:10:32 p.m.
So that's within about 20 minutes. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, sir.
How can you guys hear the dogs? I can't hear the dogs.
I
And they're right
can hear
under me.
them.
That's
can
weird.
just-
And
your
let's look
hand.
at.
You
the
need a
next
puppy towel.
text in this same thread. What time did this text arrive on Alex's phone?
It arrived June 7th, 2021 at 4:48:48 p.m.
And what time was that text read?
It shows read June 7th, 2021 at 5:10:32
Pretty much nothing,
p.m.
Winter Seal, that I can see. Nothing.
What date were they murdered?
So again, roughly about 20 minutes after it arrived on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
What date were they murdered?
And I'm going to have you find this. Yesterday, you testified on Maggie's phone about a text that was from Alex at approximately 9:08:58. And I believe the text said something to the nature of, I'm going to see M or something like that. Can you find that text in this report, please?
Sure, just look through
Yes,
all
sir,
the
I did.
pages. Aw, thank you. I am blind. I'm not a hipster. Oh, hurry up. Look at his face. You need to play elevator music.
I've located the message.
All right.
Oh,
Let's see. Okay, and we see that text, and this was an outgoing text, correct, from Alex's phone?
Yes, sir. It shows the status is being sent.
All right, and what time was it sent?
It was sent on June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
oh.
And read the text again.
It says, going to check on M, be right back.
We'll go to the text just after
You need to
that.
get someone that can lip read.
And this is another sent text, correct?
Yes, sir. The status is showing as a sent text.
All right. What time was this text sent?
It was sent June 7th, 2021 at 9:47:23 p.m.
And what does the text say?
The text says, call me, babe.
Call me maybe.
I mean, she didn't.
I'm going to ask you to find a text that Alex sent. I believe the contact is called Rogan at approximately 10:24 p.m. Can you find that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Why don't they tab this stuff and sort of look through 100 pages?
Okay. I've located it.
Oh, no.
Damn, that's like a whole tree.
Huh. Wow.
I would fall asleep if I were on the real Jura.
What time was this text sent?
This text shows us sent on June 7th, 2021 at 10:24:43 p.m.
All right, this was sent to Rogan, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what does the text say?
It says, call me.
Maybe.
I was a little slow to catch that one, even though I just made the joke myself a few minutes ago.
Okay.
It's kind of
Better
a
late
delayed
than never.
reaction there.
At least you got it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 289. I'm going to ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is a Celebrite report that I prepared with timeline events for Alex Murdaugh's phone. The date filter was set for just the day of June 7th, 2021.
Side eyes.
At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 289 into evidence.
What's this exhibit?
Please find it in these hundreds of pages.
And State would ask that Exhibit 289 be under seal because there's some phone numbers displayed for privacy reasons.
No objection.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 290. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that document?
This is a copy of the Magnet Forensics Axiom report that I prepared for Alex Murdaugh's phone
What?
to show health database
steps.
steps and movement.
Here we go.
Health database. Now, this is important. If they can say that his phone was moving at the same time her phone
Yep.
was moving.
100%.
Oh.
This is going to be good. If they brought that.
At this time, State would move to
Then he's got some
Exhibit
explaining.
290 into evidence.
I mean, a little bit.
Does not need to be under seal.
Is he eating?
No objection.
Okay. And we're going to start looking at these steps first, so the screen can show this. This is Exhibit 290, and it's not under seal. Let's take a look at Record 16 and Record 17. Can you see those? Let's adjust it a little bit. Can you see those on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And Record 16, what does that indicate?
Record 16 indicates that the phone recorded 49 steps on June 7th, 2021. Beginning time 6:02:51 p.m. Ending time 6:07:33 p.m. the same day.
All right. And
He took
Record
49
17,
steps in
what does that show?
5 minutes.
Record 17 indicates that the phone recorded 173 steps on June 7th, 2021, beginning at 6:14:42 p.m. and ending at 6:23:46 p.m.
You testified yesterday about steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, in terms of our ability to rely on any of those steps, what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, what is the reliability? What do these steps tell us? Excuse me.
It tells us that the phone recorded the steps. It's not 100% accurate as to that's how many steps were taken. It also will not tell where the start was, the stop was, as far as distances, anything like that. But it's not 100% accurate. It just says the phone recorded steps. It was in movement recording steps.
Okay. And generally, for a phone to record steps, what does that tell you? How does a phone, what kinds of motion can cause a phone to record steps?
Possibly somebody was holding it in their hand, somebody had it in their
Drink water.
pocket, but they were moving. They were actually in motion. They were either walking,
Motion.
could be running. It would record the steps. But somebody's got the phone in movement versus putting it in your cup holder of your car and driving around. It's not going to record steps that way.
So in your opinion, if someone puts the phone in a car seat or a cup holder and they drive, will the phone record
On a
steps?
chicken.
No, it will not.
They put the phone on the chicken. Although that would have been more steps.
Let's look at Record 18 and 19. Let me adjust it a little bit here. There we go.
I mean, like Billy
We can make
Idol,
that record 18.
dancing with myself.
Yes, sir, I can.
Dancing with myself.
It shows that the phone recorded 57 steps taken on June 7th, 2021 at 6:42:12 p.m. Beginning time, ending time, 6:43:55 p.m.
Record 19, what does that show?
Record 19 shows that the phone recorded 283 steps
Oh, that was
beginning
busy day.
at June 7th, 2021 at 6:52:27 p.m. and ending at 7:02:05 p.m.
Let's look at Record 20. What does that show?
It shows the phone recorded 165 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:03:55 p.m. with an ending time of 7:11:29 p.m.
Haha, 7-Eleven.
Let's go to Record 21. What does that say?
It shows that the phone recorded 200 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:15:35 p.m. Ending time of 7:21:52 p.m.
All right, Record 22. That's right.
Okay, this is
22
interesting. Now they're
shows
getting
that
into
the
the
phone
nap
recorded
time
47
here, where he's supposed to be
steps.
napping, but he's
Start
walking.
time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:28:35 p.m. Ending time 7:37:11 p.m.
All right, Record 23.
Record 23 shows the phone recorded 270 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:55:32 p.m. Ending time is 8:05:07 p.m.
Record 24, and it's cut off to the next page, but read what you can, and then I'll flip it.
The beginning of this record shows that the phone recorded 29 steps with a start
29
time
steps.
of June 7th, 2021 at 7:41:23 p.m.
All right, let's finish record 24 there. When did those steps end?
Those steps ended for that record on June 7th, 2021 at 7:48:41 p.m.
So this report, like the report we looked at yesterday for Maggie, that it's chronologically a little bit out of order, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
The times that you're stating, those are correct.
Yes, sir. Those are
And
accurate.
just because the steps here that were recorded 7:48, according to your analysis, that's when those steps occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the fact that
According to your
it's listed in the
analysis,
report
what?
after steps that have occurred later doesn't mean those steps occurred later. Is that correct?
What?
Correct.
Okay, so if they can get the data to show that he was walking when he said he was napping, or that
Yeah.
he was walking in the same
Let's look at
GPS
record 25.
location as his wife and son when he said
Exactly.
he wasn't, that can be
What does that
problematic.
say?
Record 25
I get the
shows
phones
that
moving
the phone
together.
recorded 74 steps. Start time of June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:35 p.m. Ending time of 8:09:52 p.m.
All right, record 26, what does that say?
Record 26 shows the phone recorded 283 steps with a start time of June 7th, 2021, 9:02:18 p.m. Ending time 9:06:47 p.m.
He's supposed to be asleep at this point.
So
You're supposed to
and I'll
be a
hand
lot
this
of
report
things.
back to you, but we see an hour gap, approximately an hour gap between those steps that it ended at 8:09 and when the steps start to occur again at 9:02, correct?
Correct.
And I'll hand you a report so you can flip through it because some of the things got out of order. Just to verify, that you see any steps that occur on the phone between those two times, between 8:09 and 9:02.
Oh, his
Okay.
face does not
No
like
steps
any
for
of
an-
this.
Yeah. No steps for an hour are recorded. So tell us, why is that? What are we supposed to speculate? What are we supposed to understand from is that he left the phone and went down the road and killed his wife and came back and picked up the phone? Was he sleeping? Tell us, oh wise
No,
prosecutor.
sir, I do not.
And whose phone are we talking about again?
This phone was
Yeah, this-
Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Did he kill the chicken at this point in time? That's what I want to know. When did he kill the chicken? Who is responsible for the
Was
chicken's
this
death?
phone being moved around with or walked around with during that gap in time, according to the record or the analysis you've done?
No, sir, not in my opinion, based off my analysis.
Uh-oh.
I didn't catch that. What did he say?
All right, and I've previously
No
entered
analysis,
States
no
Exhibit
steps,
289,
no
which
steps
was the
of the
timeline
analysis.
for Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And let's talk about this timeline a little bit. So what kind of information is found in this timeline on Alex's phone?
On this phone, it captured things like incoming text messages to show a log entry for it. It shows there's a log entry for images, steps.
Oh.
It's a little bit different the way Celebrate does steps versus Axiom, so it's a little bit different look to it. It also has text messages on here as they came in, and a few more log entries to show that text messages and that phone calls were being made and recorded in the log.
Do you see any orientation changes like we talked about on Maggie's phone in that report?
That's so weird.
Would it include it if there were?
Usually you don't see it in a timeline report like this. You would find it in the device events report. We would pull it separate.
Oh, have you, in your analysis, you've looked at the device events report, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. And during that same time frame, do you see any orientation movement or anything to suggest the phone's being handled, or does that data exist?
What if you got your
Which
orientation turned
time
off?
frame exactly?
The device events,
What does turning the phone have to do with murder? I'm waiting for this.
the night of the murder on Alex's phone.
It was happy
Earlier in the
handle.
evening, I did. But there was a gap in time where I did not see it.
Okay. Well, we talked about some of these databases kind of going away after a certain period of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Going away.
you don't know the exact time for every single database, correct?
Correct.
But generally speaking, most of these databases, the SQLite databases, how quickly do they turn over?
They can go from 2 days to 2 weeks to 45 days. It just depends.
What?
Okay. And so when you performed your analysis on this phone, it was in September 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so some of that information that's contained in those SQLite databases, would you expect to find it, some of that data in September that had been originally recorded in June of 2021?
No, sir. And if it showed anything, it wouldn't be accurate information. It would be remnants of it.
Okay. Because
Oh,
a
they're gonna
lot of
rip
those
this to
databases will
shreds.
return in a far shorter period of time between June and September, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And so to sum up, Alex's phone, because you didn't analyze it until September, just simply doesn't contain as detailed data that you found on Maggie's phone, for example.
Correct for that time frame of June.
I mean,
For the time frame.
oh, Dickie pays back.
What the hell was that?
I don't know, but they're gonna destroy this.
Well, they have a real problem with how they present evidence. I don't know.
It's
I mean,
shocking.
if they can say she was doing this at this time and tell it in a narrative fashion. But they
But the
talk about
jury
what she
can't
was
even
doing.
take notes.
And that's weird. We'll talk about
So
that.
how are
in
they
a
gonna
bit.
remember all of these times?
See, that's what I mean. I don't even recommend it, and I'm not even.
Okay, and I'm going to show you
Exactly.
I'm not even
Exhibit
trying.
289, and this is under seal.
Oh, something went on.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
It
You
can.
see
There we go.
lines
He was up to something.
157 and 158 in this report.
He
right?
paid the cameraman
Yes, sir, I
to
did.
shut him down.
What is line 157 associated with?
Line 157 is associated with a text message.
See, they needed.
All right.
They do
And
like
that's a text
what was
message
on
we
her
just talked
phone,
about,
his
in
phone.
Alex's
What
text
what
message.
phone calls were missing?
Yes, sir. It shows
What-
as an
Then they
incoming
go to
text
where,
message.
how many steps he moved.
And,
Then
we
he
just
goes. They go to what
testified
text.
Mhm.
was
that
sent.
text wasn't read.
You need to do it
until
just
the
in a
next day,
total
correct?
timeline
Yes,
fashion
sir.
so people can get it. At this time, she
And
was
there a
doing
second
this.
text
Then at that same time, he was walking around the house. He told you he was taking a nap. Now he's walking around the house here. Meanwhile, he's sending a text to
This
so
is
and
line
so.
159.
After sending the text,
And there was
you
a
know,
second
then he
text that
takes
you've already
200 more
testified
steps,
about.
and
What
then he
time was
tries.
that text?
You need to
It
do this
shows that
linearly.
it was June 7th,
Because I don't know if any of
2021
these
at
timelines are
8:31,
overlapping. I don't know if
47
any.
p.m.
you know,
Yeah.
And they
There's
can't
a
write
text
any of this
report.
down.
When was this text read?
Yeah.
The next day, on June 8th.
They should have printed out a
2021.
massive timeline to
You
show
just
them.
testified about the steps, and we can get the report back to you if you need to be refreshed. What time did
Yeah,
Alex?
some visual to give the jury some idea of what
Mhm.
all this stuff means.
After that
Exactly.
gap between 8:05 and 9:02?
It started moving at 9:02 after, there was that gap before, but it started at 9:02 recording steps again.
And those texts were not read at that time, correct?
True.
Correct.
And we looked at a couple earlier texts in that thread, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And those texts have been read within 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir. Approximately.
And in your analysis investigation, did you review other texts that might or might
I
not
don't
be in
even
that
know whose
report
phone they're talking
that's in
about.
evidence to review Alex's habit of when he read text?
Yes, sir. I reviewed
Habit.
other texts
All right, from the day of the murder?
from that day and previous days and days after.
And just in your general review, and I'm sure there's outliers, but what is Alex's general habit when he reads
What-
text?
Usually it could
Closed
vary
caption.
from anywhere
The
from
general habits are
reading it
sex.
within 5 minutes to 30
That was
minutes, maybe
great.
40 minutes, just depending. But it was generally within an hour's time, it appeared that the texts were read.
And like I said,
But I
there's
thought they
probably
didn't have any
outliers,
of this
correct?
stuff.
Yes, sir.
But This particular thread we've been talking about with the group family thread, what was the topic they were talking about?
It was about his father being in the hospital.
Chicken.
And those texts weren't read till the next day, correct?
Correct.
Well, as Miss K. Griff said, sometimes I read texts immediately. Some days I read them a day later. I've got
I'm
texts
going to
that
show
I just
you
don't want to look at. I'll get around to them if I
Yeah,
get
marked
the
me
for
as
phone,
well.
ID purposes.
I don't know what a text checking habit is.
Item 274. Give me a second to find it.
If you took all the breaks out, you probably could have had this trial in like 2 weeks.
All right, we'll take advantage of this lull here. Bass says, "I hate David Letterman isolated hair circle." It's an isolated hair circle. It's like a crop circle, but for your head.
All right. And you recognize that item, sir?
Packaging.
But I love it when LV pants like an English bulldog. I hope you can't hear my dogs anymore because it'll literally when you were all hearing my
Yes, sir,
dogs,
I did.
didn't.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Anyway,
what is
whatever.
it?
This is an Apple iPhone that we received. Once the
Whose is
analysis
this?
was done, it has the account of Paul Murdaugh.
Paul's
Oh,
phone.
When did you originally
Snapchat.
get that item? Receive that item?
I would have to refer to my notes for the actual day it was submitted.
Checking through
You
this,
have them with you?
all these
Yes,
trials
sir.
this guy does, all the cell phone
Yes, sir.
data he analyzes. How many dicks has he seen? This guy's
Probably
probably
more than
seen
he
more
wants to.
dick pics than anybody on earth.
I think so. Do you think he gets paid extra for that?
It's hazard pay.
Right. It was August 13th, 2021.
And to the best of your recollection, where had the phone been previous to you?
Previous to us, it was located in Charleston County in their evidence area.
Now it's
Probably
Paul
seen one up
Murdaugh,
close.
correct?
Yes, sir. It has his sticker on there that it was in his possession.
To your knowledge, was he able to access Paul's phone?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe he might have gotten a little just surface information from it, but to my knowledge, he was not able to access it due to the passcode.
The phone was locked, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you got it in August of 21, excuse me,
August.
was the phone still locked?
Yes, sir, it was.
And in August of 2021, did you have any tools available at SLED that would help you unlock that phone?
At that time, no, sir, it would not support that model and that iOS that was running on the system.
And these companies that develop software to access these phones, that software is continuously updated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that software isn't free, correct?
Correct.
And it's sort of like
What's
a
up
game,
with
isn't it?
doing
Apple, these companies discover an exploit on these phones that allow them to access it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then
Jailbreak.
Apple produces a software update that fixes that exploit, correct?
No, it
Correct.
sounds
So
to
it's
me
kind of
like the
continuous
Secret Service. They're just like, yeah, we can fucking break your
These
phone.
phones do
We
not,
we had
correct?
zero
Yes, sir.
problems
In
getting into
August
his
of
phone.
2021,
They can.
you did not have the ability to access Paul's phone, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So let's fast forward to March of 2022.
I mean, you and I
Did it
can't
come
get
to
into
your
phones,
attention
but
that a,
it seemed like it was really
fellow law
easy for the
enforcement
Secret
agency
Service to get
had
into his
recently
phone.
acquired a tool that could potentially access Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I spoke with John Van Houten of the United States Secret Service, and they
Man, how
believe they had the capabilities with the tools they
Of
had
course
to
they did.
obtain the passcode to this phone.
All right. And did you take that phone to Mr. Van Allen?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And approximately when was that again?
It was in March of 2022.
Do not open until Christmas.
All right. And to your knowledge, was Mr. Van Allen successful in accessing Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I received a phone call from Mr. Van Houten stating he was able to do an extraction on the phone and that we were preparing it to put on an external hard drive for me to bring back and do my analysis.
And you received what type of file extraction from Mr. Van Houten?
It was a cell block file extraction.
Do you recall if it was a full.
This guy looks like Harvey Weinstein.
Extraction or logical.
It was a full file system extraction.
And when you got that full
He
file
does
system
now that you
extraction
mention it.
from Mr. Van Houten, what did you do with it?
Where's
I
his neck?
processed it with Celebrite Physical Analyzer and also verified the information with Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
Your Honor, at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 274 into evidence.
Fedorovsky says, "Yay, fun having Michelle on."
Yay. It's probably one of Harvey's illegitimate children.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's
Harvey Weinstein from Wish.
pre-marked as Exhibit 292, states 292, and you probably need to open a box.
What's in the box?
Box.
And nice F1 reference there yesterday, though. By the way, that was pretty good.
You're welcome. Looks like the only one I know.
Chicks that never mind. I was gonna say chicks that watch F1 are kind of hot, but never mind.
I went to
If that's the only,
Silverstone when I was
thing
in
you
the
know,
UK.
never mind. Forget it.
No.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is an
In-
external hard
with
drive.
the-
It's a portable solid state drive that was provided to me to place the phone reports on for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
All right, and what does it contain?
It contains the Celebrite report for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
And that's a full Cellbrite report.
Yes, sir.
This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 292 in evidence.
Remove the previous objection.
Nice follow up. That's a solid follow up text.
You're entering the entire download or entire extraction.
How many
The full Cellbrite
terabytes?
report from the phone. Your Honor.
And your objection is to the chain, not to the what's contained in it. Is that right? Okay, it's submitted.
Thank you.
Okay, so he's objecting to the chain of custody. Apparently, there
All right.
Yeah,
They
because
can
I
be
sent it away.
contaminated or whatnot
Exhibit
because they can't
293. Take a look at it.
When in
they
doubt.
can't tell who, what, where, and how it was got to his hands. Apparently.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
It appears to be my Celebrite report that I prepared for call logs from Paul Murdaugh's phone with a date filter set for June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021.
At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 293 in evidence.
More records, yay!
And this would need to be under seal, Your Honor, due to phone numbers and private information.
I still have no idea what they're
It's
talking
not
about.
to come.
All right, while he's doing that, Flux says, "Legal vices. What does this have to do with murder?"
We're gonna publish
Fuck
this.
all.
So
How
this
did
is
you get away with
evidence.
murder?
I'm going to direct you to phone calls that occurred on the night of June 7th. And let's look at lines 5 and 6. What do you see there?
Lines 5 and 6 show a phone call that was received June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:10 p.m. It was rejected.
That call was not.
Whose
answered,
phone is
correct?
this?
Correct. It shows as incoming and rejected.
His
And we
deceased
see a
son.
name. What is that name?
Robert Boyle?
And then that's line 5, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is line 6 of the name?
It says Lucille Boyle.
Okay, and we encountered this with Maggie's phone. We have 2 different contacts because it's pulling from 2 different databases, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that number may be labeled as a different name in 2 different databases, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's look above that. So lines 3 and 4. And what is that? What do those lines indicate?
Those lines show that the phone had an outgoing call that was placed June 7th, 2021 at 8:40:20 p.m. and it was answered.
Okay, and who's the contact name on that outgoing call?
Rogan Gibson.
And this is Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. This is Paul's phone.
And this is
That's
data that was
terrifying.
stored on Paul's phone that you recovered in your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And that's an outgoing call to Rogan Gibson.
Yes, sir.
And how long did that call last?
It recorded that call as 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Okay.
Nothing.
And we see
You've
actually
missed
between
nothing.
Line 3 and 4, a slight difference in that time. I believe
I don't
line 4
understand.
says 4 minutes and 18 seconds. But your testimony, looking at this data, the correct length of the call is what?
It's 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Let's look above that to lines 1 and 2. What do we see there?
Why don't you start on 1 and 2?
Lines 1 and 2 show an outgoing call on June 7th, 2021 at 8:44:34 p.m.
Okay. And what is that? Who is that call to?
That call shows to Rogan Gibson.
And we see a source. What is that source for this call?
It is a FaceTime call,
And how long did that call last?
approximately 11 seconds.
And that was
Thanks
answered,
a lot.
correct?
Yes, sir. It shows as answered.
And so if that call started at 8:44:34 and it lasted 11 seconds, when did that call end?
It would have ended at 8:44:45.
I'm not good at maths.
All right. And I see this is record number 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is the most recent call on Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there ever any other outgoing calls made from Paul's phone?
No, sir. Not that I found.
Were there ever any other calls that were answered, incoming calls that were answered on Paul's phone?
No, sir.
Yes.
I don't get how they don't have more. It's such a big, it's just such a big deal, but they don't have anything. I don't get it.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked.
I have dropped my pen.
State's Exhibit
I shall return.
294.
Don't drop the soap.
I want to
Yes,
start a band called NyQuil Chicken. That would
This
be
is a
awesome.
Celebrate report that I pulled for text messages from Paul Murdaugh's phone.
It's a great band name.
I like it. I mean, it's scary how easily they can charge someone with double murder and not actually have anything.
They have not shown a single thing that links him even
It's
remotely
so
or
scary.
circumstantially to the murders.
It's so scary.
Oh, let me take advantage of this to figure 2 more super chat. South Carolina seceded from the good evidence preservation. Yeah, pretty much.
And this state would ask that this be under seal. It will display phone call or phone numbers. And to
I do not
protect
know why
privacy,
they
the state
don't.
would ask that it be placed under seal.
It differs every courtroom, every jurisdiction. Some places they let you
This is
keep
so
notes.
detailed.
Some places they don't.
I feel like this kind of thing, you need notes.
Okay.
Otherwise, they have absolutely no idea what's going on.
Well, that's why the prosecution has to be even more careful
This
in
is
how
under
they
seal.
present their
We're gonna
evidence.
publish
If they
it.
know they're not taking
Well, they're not
notes,
doing a great job.
they have to tell a story that is so compelling
Yeah.
that it remains in the brain of the jurors without notes. And they're sure
Exactly.
as hell not doing that.
They're nowhere close.
And Steve Gosney may very well be correct.
I mean, either way, he's going to jail for fraud, no? It just depends if he's going to jail for fraud and murder or just fraud.
Or excuse me, that's line 3. Line 3. What does this entry say?
It's a
I'm
text
crushed.
message that was received on this phone June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:39 p.m. Shows us an incoming text message.
All right. And who's it from? The
It-
contact name.
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
And what does the text message say?
It says, "Don't like watching sad movies."
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I was like furiously
correct.
taking notes, like they were going to introduce
That
something
this message
incredibly interesting here.
Yes, sir. It shows as
Yes,
read June
fascinating.
7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
I don't like watching sad movies either.
What the shit was that about? Anyway, Chaos Coordinator has just gifted 10 Legal Vices memberships.
Line 3, excuse me.
Thank you, everyone who has just received a gifted membership from Chaos Coordinator. Say thank you. Let Chaos Coordinator you deeply appreciate them for gifting the memberships. Thank you so much. That is very, very
See line
generous of
4?
you.
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does this line, this entry indicate?
It indicates it's another text message that was received from the same sender, Megan Kimbrell.
Okay. And what does the text message say?
Now what
Where
you're
it
going to
says,
say.
"No, I need something happy."
All right. And this, what's the time on this text?
It shows the text is being received June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:29 p.m.
Oh my word.
And
What is the
time-
point
What's
of
this
this?
text message read?
Yes, yes, sir. It shows it's being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
All right. And so lines 3 and 4, they're both there. They were read at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time was that again?
It was 8:48:59 p.m.
On the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
This is so stupid.
I feel like they're diluting anything like evidence that they would have had, but this is just so unnecessary that no one's going to remember anything important.
I got nothing.
All
The
right,
computer
let's
doesn't
take
even
a
have
look
anything.
at line 2. What does this record indicate, sir?
This indicates that a text message was received to this phone on June 7th, 2021 at 8:49:35 p.m.
Okay, so this is approximately how many seconds
30.
after those texts from Megan Kimbrell were read?
It
We can flip
appears,
back if we need to.
yes, sir, if
30.
you could, please.
I can't do math and it's
I'm
almost
not
30.
good at math.
Bass says if fraud trial goes like this, he's a free man.
I mean,
think
you
the
got
Secret
debarred for
Service-
that.
Yeah, well, the Secret Service is the one that handles the
At
financial crimes. And I would assume the
8:59 p.m.
the
And
Secret Service is a little
that
more.
text from
They've got their
Rogan
shit
arrived
together a
what
little bit
time?
better than this.
Isn't this guy Secret Service?
I think he's just phone guy. I think.
It arrived at
Oh, I thought he
Maybe
was
I
part of
misheard.
Secret
8:45 p.m.
Service.
Did he?
Put you on the spot again. Can you give us a
Then-
rough, or
Oh well.
how many seconds between
I mean,
those
what
two
do I know?
texts arriving on Paul's phone?
I would have to write that down if I tried
Do
to
you
work
have
the
a pen?
seconds.
Something you could write with?
Yes, sir.
It's about 30 seconds for God's sake, and I can't do
First
math.
time for Megan was 8.
Oh my, what he's really doing.
Texts from Megan were read at 8:48:59.
So 8:49 p.m.
And
8:49.
Rogan's text arrives at 8:49:35.
35 seconds. It got there at 8. What the fuck?
Approximately 36 seconds.
What?
36 seconds.
Congratulations,
Text.
math genius.
From Rogan, ever read on Paul's phone.
No, sir. It shows the status is unread.
Ever.
Ever.
The Secret
you got
Service
this,
originally was
phone
formed to
download from Van
handle
Allen.
financial crime.
That indicated that this text from Rogan was never read, correct?
Correct.
8:49:35.
A
Correct.
civilian contractor to the Secret Service,
30
says
seconds,
Surfing Bird.
36 seconds earlier, there were 2 texts from Megan Kimbrell that were read, correct?
Correct.
And we see one final text Above that in line 1, what does line 1 indicate, sir?
Why don't you
Line
start at
1
line
shows that it was an incoming text message from Rogan Gibson on 6/7/2021 at 9:58:35 p.m.
Okay, he's supposed to be dead by
What does that
now.
text say?
Yo, Y-O.
Yeah.
Was that text ever read?
No, sir, the
Riveting.
status is unread.
Ooh, okay.
And I'm going to
Have
dig back
such
into
philosophical
your
conversation.
memory from yesterday, from Maggie's phone. Do you recall a text on Maggie's
No.
phone that was read at 8:49:27?
Yes, sir.
No, what did it
I
say?
believe that was a text from Lynn G in the group text thread, correct?
Correct.
All right, why don't you write that number down? 8:49:27.
Okay, so they have the last text messages seem to be 8:49. Then there's an hour and 10-minute pause, and then there's a yo that it goes unread.
That was a text from Lynn G to the group thread about Randolph's health. That was read at 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then we have here, line 2, a text from Rogan that was at 8:49:35, correct?
Correct.
How much time separates those two texts?
Math again.
Approximately 8 seconds.
And that text from Rogan was never read, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation,
Chosen one. If I
You look
answer a
at-
text, assume it's someone not
status
me.
of the phone of when certain things occur, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Things like battery status, correct?
Correct.
And at the time of these texts, what was Rogan's battery status? Do you recall?
What does that have to do
Rogan's
with
battery
anything?
status
Or
or
excuse me,
Paul's?
I'm sorry, Paul's.
Oh, it's gonna say.
Paul's battery state at that point was approximately 2%.
Okay. So that's a low battery
What?
state, correct?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
no.
And what was it when those texts from Megan arrived on his phone?
It would have been between 2 and 3%.
Okay.
That would give me so
And-
much anxiety.
In your opinion, is there any reason that low battery state would have permitted Paul to read the text from Megan, but not from Rogan 36 seconds later?
No, sir.
No.
And if he had read that text at 8:49:35, in your opinion, would the phone have logged that and recorded that event?
Yes, sir. It should have recorded it as a red status.
And that battery would not have prevented that phone from recording that text being read, correct?
Correct.
And in your investigation, we know you just testified Paul's phone was at 2% at approximately 8:49.
What does that have to do
correct?
with anything?
Correct.
Did your investigation reveal that that phone logged when that battery finally died on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. At
Maybe the phone
approximately
died at the same
10:34
time as
p.m.
him.
on June 7th.
10:34.
Roughly speaking, about
Yeah.
how long after those texts arrived on Paul's phone?
Approximately 39 minutes for the last one.
That's a long time for just like 2 hours on 2% battery. That's pretty damn good.
Now, I'm sure this needs to be an expert opinion.
I mean,
but
iPhone, depending on which
if a
model
phone
it is,
that
lasts
is at
quite long.
2% is used heavily, how long approximately would you expect that phone to
Nothing.
last before it dies?
If it's being used heavily, text messaging, looking at videos, things of that nature that are going to put more strain on the battery,
PDAs.
I would expect it to go to the point of being dead. I would imagine.
Cause for
just
speculation.
Ballparking, because I haven't done testing on this, but I would say 10 to
They're
15
not
minutes
paying much
max.
attention.
So a matter of minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that phone sits there for, would you say, about almost 39 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm sorry. Let's do that math again. If Paul's battery state at 8:49 is 2%, and he dies at 10:34, again, how many minutes is that approximately?
36. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I missubtracted.
Oh, it's gonna ruin the whole case.
The phone isn't being used when it's under a dead body. True, but when it's under a body, it actually consumes more battery because like things like the Wi-Fi are trying to connect, the Bluetooth is trying to connect.
And your heart rate.
That's why, like, if you've ever fallen
I think
asleep
we
on your
both,
phone, you
suffer
can wake
from
up
some
to a
math,
dead battery very easily.
phobia here. Lieutenant Dove. We're going to do that.
I don't
one more
let mine
time.
go that low.
And we can write this down if we need
You're
to.
better than us.
You know, us lawyers, we don't do math. So
Exactly. See, it's not just me.
849,
Lawyers don't
the
do
battery is at
math.
2%, correct?
That is a
No one
that
does
is
math.
Yes, sir.
And the phone
lawyers don't
dies
do
at
math
what
is a
time?
truism.
From the last
That's what
text message
accountants
or
do.
from
What time does Paul's, just write down the time. What time does Paul's phone die?
at 10:34
All right.
p.m.
And how much time is between approximately?
From the last text messaging received from Rogan, 8:49. I'm sorry. I was going off the last time a message was received to the phone.
That's probably my fault.
Yeah, it is your fault.
Mm-hmm.
At
Even
an hour
Asian
and
lawyers
35
don't
minutes.
do math. Yeah, it's not don't. Lawyers just can't do math.
Okay, and I'm going to show
It's
you
a
what's
thing.
been marked as Exhibit 295.
I have to get going in like 5 minutes.
You have to leave in 5 minutes?
Hmm.
Oh,
I can come back.
Okay.
you're
I just
abandoning
Recognize
me.
that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of the Celebrate report I prepared
Otherwise, I'd be
for a
handed.
timeline from Paul Murdaugh's phone.
And I noticed this is quite a bit thicker than some of the other reports that we've
Yeah,
looked at,
it is.
correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Why would that be?
That one also contains location information that was obtained from the cache SQLite database.
So there's a lot more data points on ALEX. correct?
Why do they keep
There's a
going
lot more on
backwards and
Paul's phone
forwards?
on that
Excuse me,
timeline.
Paul's phone. Excuse me.
I don't know. Ooh, the camera's moving.
At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 295 into evidence.
Renew the previous objection.
It's admitted.
And just what time frame again does that? report
Oh my
state?
word, this are pages.
The time frame of this report, I began it at 6 p.m. on June 7th, 2021, and it ran through midnight on June 7th, 2021.
And just roughly speaking, if you were to print even 2 or 3 days worth of this information on Paul's phone, how many pages would you expect that report to be?
Several thousands of pages.
All right. And so this is just a couple hours.
Yes, sir.
What?
Oh no, I lost the will to live a long time ago. I don't even have the energy and wherewithal to delete myself. But I do have the energy to say, hang on, I'll be right back.
All right.
I wonder if his drug dealer will testify.
And there are some phone numbers contained on this report. So the state will move that it be sealed for privacy reasons.
Okay.
All right, and I'm just going to pull some examples here. And I'm looking at lines 325 through 329. What's the date range that you see there?
What are you
Beginning
talking
with
about?
325, it's June 7th, 2021,
I'm not showing my feet.
6:47 p.m. Going to
Shut up, X-Comer.
line 329 is going to be June 7th, 2021 at 6.
What are they talking about?
p.m.
So that's approximately 2 minutes of log entries, correct?
Yes, sir, a little bit less than 2 minutes.
Lines 325 and 326 and 327, what kind of entries are those?
325, 326, and 327 are location data entries into the cached SQLite database.
Okay. And we see some numbers at the top there. I see a 32.83 and some other numbers and a minus
Oh my word.
81.05.
This is
Some other
horrendous.
numbers. What are those numbers indicate?
They are latitude and longitude numbers.
Now, and we see 3 entries within almost seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what does that tell you, generally speaking, about Paul's phone and his settings on whether his phone will record location data frequently or not?
It's recording it much more frequently, and
But he
every
wasn't
few
home.
seconds it's grabbing this information to this database.
Okay. And so is Paul's phone as locked down as Maggie's in comparison in regards to location?
It appears that it's collecting more data as far as location information than Maggie's phone did.
All right. And then I'm going to direct your attention to line 328 there. And what is that entry?
This is an entry.
I have to get going. I'll check it later.
All right,
Research.
everybody,
It shows
say happy.
it was
Say
in there, and I
thank you to
believe this
Michelle for joining us. She was our
application's
layman
related to
in the
Snapchat.
stream
What does it
today.
actually
Thank you
say?
so much for joining us, Michelle.
It actually
Tavarnos.
says
I got to pronounce that
Who is
correctly
that?
now.
TOYO.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great to have you here. Have
Have a
yourself
good
a
one.
great,
Chat
a
later.
great meal. We'll see you in chat soon. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. We love your
Yes.
little gasps and your little shocked
I was
reactions.
there.
All right,
Yes, sir.
take care. We'll see you in
Bye.
chat. Bye
That
now.
it's related to Snapchat.
Snapchat usage.
Yes, sir.
Snapchat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. If you go to the jury room, a break for about 10 minutes or so.
All right, we got a 10-minute break, folks. This is stupid. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Right now we currently have 284 people here right now. And again, this is a rough trial to watch. This is a rough thing to go through. And those of you that are here, you could be anywhere else on the internet. But I deeply appreciate the fact that you're here riding with me through this, putting up with whatever's on stream, as well as our irreverent and occasionally saucy, spicy little comment here. We like to have fun, but it's really, really hard to have fun at this trial because this is rough. But I do appreciate the fact that you're here, you're watching this when you could be anywhere else. I do not take that for granted. XCOM or Triple Z says, is the bar for charging people very low in this state? Apparently, it's pretty rough. I mean, I know I've said it's rough like a million times, but we are now 8 days into this trial. This is the 6th day of testimony. The 6th day of testimony. And I have seen absolutely, honestly, nothing that proves to me beyond even close to a reasonable doubt that he did this. There's just nothing. It's not even a good circumstantial case. Okay, so what? He owned a lot of guns. They looked at a lot of guns that had nothing to do with the killing. So what? They found a lot of shells on his house across the street from a gun range. So what? They all have cell phones. So what? Alex was taking 237 steps or 64 steps or whatever the fuck he was taking. This in no way proves he committed murder at all. If any of you in the chat think he is guilty and you think the prosecutor has proven he's done something murderous, I swear to God, I would love you forever if you would please just put it in the chat. What evidence have you seen to this point to even hint at the fact that he may have committed the murders? other than him being a ginger, because he's a fucking ginger. So of course he probably did it. But if he wasn't a ginger, take the ginger thing out. What evidence do you have that he did this? I'm waiting. Oh yeah, well, of course, the law and crime chat thinks he's freaking guilty. Let's take a peek at the law and crime. I thought he was going to be guilty at the beginning of the trial during opening arguments, but soon after that, it quickly changed. We don't need to listen to what they're saying. Let's just kind of let's look at the chat here. I'm going to say not guilty, and let's see. 67% think he's guilty. What trial are they watching? Seriously. What trial are they watching? The boring 5 minutes was important. The boring 5 minutes? I just sat through a boring 2 hours. Well, not the first 30 minutes. That was me talking. That was exciting. I just sat through a boring 90 minutes. Jesus loves you, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow in the heaven and earth. And I think okay. I legitimately want to see why someone thinks the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. How far is his vehicle from his house? So what? The jury is not allowed to discuss the case. Of course, we know that. This is Legal Vice's chat, the Vice Squad. You guys are the most awesome chat ever. The Law and Cuck chat is the lamest chat on earth. Why are you breathing, hard pup? Hoopla will not be able to decode all of this. See, they're calling him Hoopla over there. That shows you how lame they are. He's Dick Poon. Dick Poon is a much better nickname than Hoopla. So yeah, wow. All right. Even they're not even giving reasons. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I tried to do something with it, thinking maybe. Then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, just found his wife and son dead. So, this chat. Ugh, never mind. Forget it. Let's get rid of those losers. Okay, and I've been waiting. And none of you have said anything coherent in chat. Jason J, bring in the super chat hardware. Have I missed much, or is it still boring? You've missed a lot. You've missed them saying it, things like at 7:15, 35 seconds until 7:21 and 52 seconds, he took 200 steps. At 7:41 and 23 seconds, he took 29 steps. At 9:02 and 18 seconds to 9:06 p.m., he took 283 steps. You've missed that. That's what you've missed for the last hour and a half. But now again, I mean, that is potentially important. Let me. Ooh, I just about hit the end broadcast button. That would have been awkward. Bass says, theory, Murdaugh used influence to thwart the case. That's not really a theory. That's kind of a running hypothesis at the moment. Chaos Corner says, OMG, Jeff. I have no idea why you're saying OMG, Jeff, but okay. Yeah, I mean, this is potentially very important evidence. But they're doing, if it is, assuming it is important evidence for some reason, they are doing an amazingly poor job of explaining why it's important. Like I said, they've gone through and they said, okay, here's Maggie's cell phone. This is what was on Maggie's phone. And this is when it stopped functioning. Then they're going on, okay, this is Paul's phone. Here's Paul's incoming calls. His FaceTime, his non-FaceTime. Here's his text messages. Okay, and over here's Alex body steps. All of this is crazy because and especially if you don't have a notebook to keep track of it, this means nothing. What does it mean to any of you? mean, if they were to go down and just hypothetically say, okay, he said he went to sleep at 8 p.m. Keep that in mind. And you say, okay, at 7:45, this text happened. They answered this. Then his wife sent this text to somebody or made this phone call to somebody. 10 minutes later, somebody else came in and did this. And then, at this point in time, he was walking around. And then you get to nap time at 8 p.m. Following 8 p.m., he was recorded walking 400 steps. And his wife's cell phone died at that point in time. Or his son's battery still had some power left, but it went silent at this time. And then he's still walking around the property. You've got to create this narrative. You have to put a flow chart together. I mean, all of these numbers, all of these, it's just disjointed and it's in disarray, and it's not meshing. It's not connecting. I mean, for all I know, what I do know is it says he took 283 steps from 9:02 to 9:06 p.m. My best recollection was he was supposed to be asleep at that time. He'd said he was asleep at that point in time. But they haven't laid this out for us. I mean, they have to do this in the closing arguments. If they don't have a amazing PowerPoint presentation, or in this case, it may as well be like a fucking chalkboard in this court. If they don't have some kind of display for the jury to see how all of these random times and random texts, they went off on texts. I got ready to take my notes thinking there was going to be some serious breakthrough notes. And what did they have? At 8:40 p.m., Megan Kimball texts him and says, "I don't like sad movies." And then 36 seconds later, she texts, "No, I need something happy." What the fuck does that have to do with murder? Lay it out. Tell us. This is crazy. I have never seen a trial like this in my life. Based on what they've shown so far in their 6th day of testimony, 8th day of trial, I don't understand why charges were even brought in this case. Why were charges brought? I have no idea. This is an amazing murder. A guy is accused of deleting his family. And the best they come up with is he was walking 200 steps at this point, and some chick was randomly texting the dead guy about not liking sad movies. Caitlin Williams, please shed a little bit of light for us here. In the position of the prosecutor, how would you connect the dots while the phone steps guy is on the stand? Can he testify as to what Alex said he was doing at the time? Well, he's moving. And he can't ask the guy, you can't say he said he was asleep at that time. But you can imply it. You can say, okay, now he was taking however many fucking steps it was, 283 steps. He was taking 283 steps at 9:02 p.m. Is that consistent with someone who claims to have been asleep at 8:45 p.m.? You can ask it that way. You couldn't just come out and say, what was he doing at this time? Because that would be speculation. But you can couch it in those terms. He said he went. You can't say he said he went to sleep at 8:40, and I don't know. I can't recall what time he said he went to sleep. This is just an example. He said he went to sleep at 8:45 p.m. Is that true? You can't ask that question, but you can say, is taking 283 steps at 9:02 p.m. consistent with someone who claims to have gone to sleep at this time? Well, thank God we haven't heard the words 300 blackout today. Thank God for small little favors. But we do know that that this girl doesn't like sad movies. Insert frowny face here. Restless leg syndrome for the win. Me, I'm just like whirling around in the chair here. If you're talking about me, I'm just kind of whirling around here. Listening to the dogs breathe. Can y'all hear the dog breathing? That's where we've devolved in this stream so far, is waiting for the court to come back and wondering if you guys can hear the dog breathing. You've still got some just miscellaneous crap going on here. Week 2 of the trial for disgraced South Carolina attorney ALEX MURDAUGH. Phone laid on washing machine and the machine tumbled. You can hear your cat snoring. Okay, that's cool. And Givener has been a member for 4 months of the Clean and Sober crew. Says, I got hooked on trial watching Rittenhouse. Murdoch may have cured me. Oh, we've got some great trials coming up. Potentially great trials coming up in the relatively near future, within the next few months. We've got Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans murderer, allegedly. We've got Sarah Boone, the alleged suitcase murderer. We've got Taylor Shabiznes, who chopped up her boyfriend and chopped up his Shabiznes and put it in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs for his mom to find trial. We've got a lot of trials coming up in the next few months. Until April, it's going to be pretty interesting with trials. So this is just a slog. If the Dumpster Brothers trial, the Dumpster Bros trial would have been streamed, probably would have streamed that and missed this entirely, but that wasn't streamed and it only went a few days. We're doing this. But the next, and there's Bradley Yoon, the Illinois guy who SA'd a woman in her 70s and did lots of other horrific bad things, who is a sovereign citizen and will be representing himself. There is the potential for him to out Brooks himself. Oh, I cannot wait for this Shabiznes circus either. She's pled not guilty by reason of insanity. But I don't think that's going to hold weight for a lot of reasons. But yeah, I've been with Shabiznes since the murders occurred. And I'm gonna go either soar to extreme heights in that trial, or I will sink to desperate and unwanted depths. We'll just have to see how it goes. But it shapes up to be a good mix of Brooks. What the hell? The Chandler Halderson. They're in the same state. There's something wrong in the waters in Wisconsin that makes people delete their parents, chop them up, their boyfriends, chop them up, and perhaps take a little taste. I'm so sick of the Eliza. Oh, I did not know who she was until she started trending on Twitter. So I give like less than 2 shits about her. Givener, thank you so much for the £5. This trial is not a slog. It's swimming in maple syrup. Well, that's being very generous. I would say like molasses or concrete, like hard concrete. There's just no forward motion. All right, what are we looking at? We're still the courtroom is still out, open and empty. Cool. And what are we looking at? It's 1:16 a.m. here. So hopefully about an hour from now, Andrew, Legal Mindset, will be here to take over the stream. Aussie Overlord, I hope, wakes up at some point. He should be nearing wake up time. Yeah. And let's see. Yep. All right. And Flux says, I still don't know who she is and I don't care. Yeah, I don't either. It's just she's some rando on YouTube that is somehow famous for some reason. And it seems she may have been wrong about something. I don't know. All right, here we go. Here we go again on my own. Court is back in sesh. Court is back in sesh.
You may bring the jury.
Quicksand of stupidity. I like that. Bring in the jury. I'm going to text Ozzy and see what the hell he's doing. Hello, darkness, my... Oh, Leanie! We being punked the last day of prosecution will be explosive, or is it wishful thinking? It's pretty much wishful thinking, I think, at this point. If they had, I think if they had anything important or captivating to say, they would have said it by now. Oh, sweet. We have Ozzy sign. We've got Ozzy sign.
You may proceed.
I'm going to circle back to what's already been admitted.
He says he's just jamming a power bar down his throat, and he'll be here in 2 minutes.
And this is the text message report that you produced, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this is under seal. And we're just going to flesh out a little bit that text conversation with Megan Kimbrell.
All right, here we go. The text conversation.
Just for a little more context. Lines 10 and 11. Can you tell us what's indicated on those two records?
Yes, sir. On line 10, it
Line
shows
is my
that it was
Actually, I'm sorry, let me stop you. Let's read
And this is
line
a
11,
delicious
just keep it chronologically.
Robert Mondavi
I'm sorry.
bourbon barrel aged Cabernet
line
Sauvignon.
11 shows that it was
Delish.
an incoming text message on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:06 p.m.
We'll talk
and the
about this in
message
a bit.
says,
Hang tight.
You didn't send me any movie recommendations.
Oh, Christ.
And
Back to the
contact
movies.
associated with that incoming text.
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
Okay. And when was that text read?
It shows that it's being read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:17 p.m.
Okay. Within about 11 seconds of it arriving on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's look at the line above that, line 10.
Line 10 shows it as an outgoing text message from Paul Murdaugh to Megan Kimbrell that on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:36.
Okay. And what does that text say?
It says, haha, I didn't have a good one.
And again, that's to Megan Kimbrell from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir,
Paul's
correct.
phone. Let's look at lines 9 and 8. All right. What does line 8 indicate?
Line
Excuse me,
8,
I'm sorry, line 9.
line 9 indicates that it was a text message sent from Paul Murdaugh's phone to Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:48 p.m. And it says Wills may.
Will's what? I'm sorry?
What?
Wills might.
What?
And that was now going to text, correct?
Yes.
Will's my.
And
What
line
the fuck
8,
is that?
Does that indicate?
Line 8 shows as incoming text message from Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:10 p.m. And it says OMG.
All right. And that was an incoming text from Megan Kimbrell?
Yes.
When was it read on Paul's phone?
It shows it is being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 p.m.
And just so the jury understands the context, those are text messages in the same conversation that they heard about from Megan Kimbrell, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just to refresh, So the circle's complete. Let's look at lines 5 and 6 again. And line
Okay, so like Will
6,
might
is that,
have a recommendation, not come over. Okay, I
text
got
that
it.
was sent or outgoing to Megan Kimbrell.
It shows it as an outgoing or sent text message.
And what does that message say again?
It says, ha ha, kidding.
And then line 5, what does that indicate?
Line 5 shows it as an outgoing or sent text message with a body or the text message saying, Star was born is the move.
Okay. And that was at 8:48:05.
Yes, sir.
Don't tell me any of these kids
And
are
that was an outgoing
straight if they're
text from,
recommending a
Paul,
star is
correct?
born.
Yes, sir.
And then we talked about these texts, but real quickly already. At line 4, at 8:49:29, is that an incoming text?
At 8:48:29, it's an incoming text message
From who?
from Megan Kimbrell.
All right. And that says again,
No, I need something happy.
all right. And then line 3, is that outgoing or incoming text?
That is an incoming text message.
From who?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
What does that say again?
It says, don't like watching sad movies.
All right. And
Oh, again,
so
with
those are both
sad
incoming
movies.
texts. And when were those texts read again?
They were read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
Okay. And so going back to line 5, just so it's clear, in your investigation, is this the last outgoing text from Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's at 8:48:05, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know. But a straight man would never recommend anybody to watch that movie. I'm just saying.
Okay. A moment ago, we were discussing State's Exhibit 295, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is a timeline report from Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that thick, how many hours again does that cover in Paul's timeline for the night of the move?
I set the timeline parameters beginning at 6 p.m.
Clue was
on
a
June
fucking
7th,
good movie.
2021
I would
to
recommend
end
Clue to
at
anybody.
midnight on June 7th, 2021, but the timeline stops short of that.
Okay. What time does the timeline stop?
The timeline stops at 10:34:23 p.m.
Okay. And I think you previously testified about that time. What does that 10:34 p.m. Indicate to you? What happened at that time?
There was a power event. The phone had gone dead and turned off.
Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy!
Oi, oi, oi.
Ozzy Overlord in the house. Goal! He's here
I'm
to
gonna
save
show
my
that.
damn life.
That's line 901. And that's the final log entry from June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And you testified. What is your interpretation of that log entry?
When I looked at that, it was a power event where the phone had gone dead and it turned
A
off
power
because the
event
battery
means
life
the
ran out.
battery died.
Can you tell us can you tell for certain whether the phone was simply turned off or did the battery die?
It appears from what I looked at it, the battery died.
Just
And
like my
That's
soul.
line what again?
That is line 901.
All right. And so that means in
Leafy,
this
not to
particular
my
report,
knowledge,
there's over
mind you,
900
I think the
log.
government needs to be raked over the coals for allowing that to happen.
Correct, in just this report. Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go through it line by line. But I'm going to hand this back to you. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Now, you've missed nothing.
And we previously discussed a
2
lot of
hours.
what
Oh,
is
I see.
contained in this report is location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you personally take all those lat longs and plot them somewhere?
No, sir, I did not.
All right, but you provided that location data to other law enforcement agents or agencies, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, to your knowledge, has it been provided to the FBI?
Yes, sir, it was provided to the FBI to do some mapping with the location data.
Okay. And do you recall who in the FBI did that?
I believe it was Agent Wild.
All right. But let's make some general observations on
Born
what
to
you
be
see in that
Agent
timeline.
Wild.
We see a lot of location data. Take a few moments to look through that timeline and just
Help me.
in an overall picture. What is that phone being generally used for? What is being done on that phone in a general impression?
It appears that on this phone, based off of this timeline, that there are calls being made, text messaging being done, Snapchat's being utilized,
So it's
social
being utilized
media
as a phone.
type things with Snapchat, and the text messaging and calls.
And when you look at that
Is there
usage,
like 2 or 3 lines in there that
You'd
show that
say
it's
it's,
actually being used as two-factor
sporadic
authentication for nuclear codes,
almost
or what?
continuous?
It's a lot
What
of
the fuck are they
continuous
expecting
usage.
to find?
Like I said, I pulled it from
I
6 p.m.
think
and
what
it
they're
ends at
trying to do
10:34.
is show
So in the
text
matter
being
of
in
about
going
4
in
and a
outgoing
half
text to
hours,
pinpoint
it's
the
over
time when
900
he
entries
died.
on here.
But they're doing it in the totally wrong way.
Okay.
I'm going to direct you to time about 8:44, and you can take a moment to find it. 8:44 p.m. And I want to see if you can find, I believe there's an entry for the camera. And it's a little after 8:44, but there's some change in settings.
Oh, Selena, I can't understand why anyone would subject themselves to that.
Yes, sir, I see it.
And what's the exact time on that? Did you see?
It says 8:44:49 p.m.
Oh
on
God,
June 7th.
have we gone back to
2021.
that now?
Actually, so what does that camera, we'll show this in a moment.
There was
What
an 11-second call
does that
with
entry
some
indicate
guy
to
named
you?
Rogan
That
at
the-
that time.
The camera was being utilized. It was an application usage, so the camera was being utilized or beginning to be utilized at that
The
point.
camera was turned on?
Yes.
No, the camera was being utilized.
And I
when
want
it
you to
was
look at the
turned
next
off.
page, or maybe the page after, and see if you can find a corresponding log entry that would show that the camera was turned off.
Yes, the camera shows it was turned off at 8:47 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Okay. I'll show this to the jury if you want.
They spent almost 45 minutes going over 4 minutes of text messages exchanged between the deceased Paul and some chick named Megan Kimball. The texts were, "I don't like sad movies.
And I believe what
No,
you're
I
referencing.
need something
Can you see that,
happy.
sir?
Yo."
Yes, sir.
And that is
Ha, ha,
line
ha.
820. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
OMG.
And we
Stuff.
see
A Star is
8:44:49
Born is
and
the
that's
way to
start
go.
time, correct?
Yes, sir.
The
You'll
end.
see the camera turn on, correct?
It shows the camera with the application usage log shows camera. Yes, sir.
It took
And then below
almost
that,
45
line
minutes to elicit that
822,
testimony.
we see some location data. Is that correct?
Really? Did we
Yes, sir, that's
hear
correct.
anything from the...
And I know you didn't plot every point on this report. Did you plot that particular point?
Yes, sir.
And where was that location?
It was located near a red roofed building on the property on Moselle Road.
Okay. And why don't you write that time down again? It was, I'm sorry, at line 820, just write that time, 8:44:49. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at line 828. What do you see there, sir?
That shows the end time for the camera at 8:47 p.m.
Okay, write that time down.
Okay, so they're getting him to make a demonstrative during the trial, right?
I think you know what's coming.
Yes, sir.
How long was that camera on?
That camera went. Gotcha, bitch. 1 second, let me carry that.
Oh, they did go back to the
It went for
portrait
less than a
versus
minute.
landscape mode thing for a while too.
About 50 seconds, roughly.
Oops. Sorry, boom.
Back to you. And I'm just going to have you again look through it and see if you can form an opinion. Starting at, remember the text series we just went through with Megan Kimbrell and the text from Rogan at
I'll never
8:49:35,
forget it as long as I live.
8:49.
It seems the dog wants to leave the room. I'll be right back in a bit.
All right.
Well, I'll let
All
it
right.
play. Don't worry about
So
that.
starting with the outgoing text to Megan, or excuse me, with the red text from Megan, which were read at 8, I believe, 48:59. Why don't you go ahead and review the rest of that report? And I want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in that report
Big's the cut.
that would indicate to
Yes, I
you
completely understand that.
that that phone is being actively used by a human being.
An Aussie joke. Well, I mean, there's so many. There's Peter Dutton, Anthony Albanese. Pretty much any Aussie politician's a bit of a joke. Oh my god! Can I just say, everyone watching you really are troopers. Just to
No, sir, I do not.
get through this as well. Like for supporting Jeff, I just want to say thank you to everybody because this is like
Battery was
painful.
at 2%.
But
approximately
we appreciate you all.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
But you testified that the battery actually didn't die until 10:34, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Almost a little over an hour and a half later, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would that indicate to you, in your opinion, that that phone did
I
anything
know, John. It's not like I wasn't going for the low hanging fruit by taking a shot at Albanese. Come on.
than just sit in a single location that entire time?
Correct. I see no other movement on there, recorded steps or applications being used such as social media.
Which brings me to this. I'll show you State's Exhibit 296. Let's see if you recognize that, sir.
That was good too, be Flair. You're right, Just Aaron. This really did
Yes,
have all
sir,
the
I did.
hallmarks of being a this could have been an explosive like fireworks case.
This is an Axiom
Prosecution's
report that I
just
prepared
ruined
for
it.
Magnet Forensics, recording the health
Part of me is thinking it's a
database.
conspiracy
for Paul's
to
phone.
make sure that people don't watch trials anymore.
I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than have to have a frontal lobotomy. I might be drunk, but at least I'm not
Exhibit
insane.
296.
72%
This
reckon
will
he's
not be
guilty.
understood.
There you go.
Can I see it?
Yes, sir.
Law and crime?
Apparently.
We were at 64% a minute ago. What the hell changed?
Maybe they just want to get this over and done with.
Yeah. I'm bleeding, viewers. Help me. Nobody wants to watch this shit.
No objection.
Oh, Jay, who won the Who Make a Joe Laugh competition?
Let's look a few of
Well,
these.
I wonder. Might have
who
been
did?
yours truly.
You did?
Yeah.
What was the joke?
Why do Jewish men have to get circumcised?
Why do Jewish men have to get circumcised?
Because a
I'm gonna
Jewish
show
woman
you
won't touch anything unless it's 20% off.
Record 43 and 44. Do you see those, sir?
I wonder what our
Yes,
Jew
sir, I can.
rowers
All
think
right.
about
What do
that.
those two records indicate? Let's try to keep it chronological. So
Oh,
start-
Joe thought it was funny, but he brought it up
43
himself because
shows
he.
that phone recorded 105 steps. Starting time
Oh,
was June
105
7th,
steps.
2021 at 6:54:21 p.m. Ending time is 7:03:49 p.m.
All right. And record 44, what does that indicate?
Record
He's
44
lucky.
shows
I
that
didn't
the
pull out
phone
the cucumber
recorded
jokes. I didn't
208
pull out
steps.
A
Start
lot
time
of the
June 7th,
other funny ones
2021
that I put up, but I
at
sent in like 6 'cause
7:14:13 p.m. ending at
Whose phone is this?
7:22:19 p.m.
I think it's still Paul's.
Okay.
All right, record 45, what does that indicate?
I can't
Record
remember what the
45
speaking
shows
joke was.
steps recorded on the phone of 139 starting June 7th, 2021 at 7:25:03 p.m. and ending at 7:34:47 p.m.
Record 46.
But
what
this
does
is
that
like 2 hours before
Record
the
46
murders are
shows the
thought to
phone
occur.
recorded steps
Why?
of
Why are they
171
reading this? Why
beginning
not just do like
June
the
7th,
10 minutes
2021
before
at
the murder occurred?
7:35:10 p.m.
Mhm.
and ending at 7:41:43 p.m.
All right, record 47, what does that indicate?
Record 47 shows steps recorded on the phone of 89 beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:45:27 p.m. and ending at 7:55:11 p.m.
All right, chat. What do we think?
You see record.
Who can come up with the funniest
Yeah.
motivation for why
Yes,
the
sir.
chicken did it?
It says steps were recorded on the phone of 140. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 8:15:55 p.m. and ending at 8:21:45 p.m.
Record 49. What does that say?
Record 49 indicates that 283 steps were recorded by the phone beginning June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:25 p.m. and ending at 8:42:11 p.m.
Oh,
Chicken, quail, turf war fighting over the sunflower seeds. That's not bad.
hang on. I just found the lower the seat button. Let me I had to put that back
There's a
in.
couple entries after this, but chronologically, I'm gonna have you review this. They occurred prior to 8:42, correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
And we'll show those to the jury real quick. All right, record 50 and 51, what times did those steps occur at? Excuse me.
Record 50, the time started was June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:46 p.m.
I'm tall
and
again.
ending at 8:15:24 p.m. Record 51 shows starting time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:55:44 p.m. and ending at 8:05:28 p.m.
So, chronologically speaking, those two events occurred prior to record 49, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We'll go back to record 49. I'm gonna hand the report back
The
to you.
chicken had enough of them hunting and killing his friends and family and wanted
Steps
revenge.
ended at 8:42 and 11 p.m., correct? Record 49.
Yes, sir, correct. They ended
Chicken
at
underdid
8:42:11
Alex's
p.m.
oxys and had a freak out.
I'll give you a moment to review your report if you like. Did any other steps recorded on Paul's phone after 8:42:11 p.m.?
Lainey, my golden Labrador is currently snoring her ass off.
My
Even
dog's
she's
snoring
not
out
dumb
their
enough
ass
to be awake
too.
at 3 a.m. The chicken went forward in time, watched this trial, decided to off himself instead of suffering through it.
I get that. I get that.
No, sir, I did not see any that were out of order.
So after
I can hear
8:42:11.
the sounds in my earphones now, and I
Paul's
didn't do
phone
anything. It just
moved
happened.
To any significant degree, in your opinion? It wasn't blocked anywhere to any significant degree, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I did not see any steps recorded on the phone. So it was not in motion or somebody moving it or holding it and moving.
Now, you testified that the steps aren't necessarily 100%
the
accurate,
voicemail
correct?
software updated
Correct.
because
So is it possible phone moved a short distance
number of
during
times
that
I've
time?
spammed
correct?
them with that
Correct.
being an
And
update issue.
a few steps may or may not have been recorded if the phone had been moved after 8:42:11, correct?
Correct, it's possible.
But in your opinion, was that phone walked anywhere, any significant amount of distance?
No, sir, I did not see any recordings of that.
And it's tough to quantify significant, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I'm not going to ask you to give us a precise number, because do you know a precise number?
No, sir, I do not.
But in your opinion, can that phone move a short distance?
Harvey
and not
Weinstein
record
is
steps?
boring me on
Yes,
the
sir,
stand
since it's not 100% accurate, you may have one or two steps that don't get recorded. Usually if it's a large amount of steps, if you're 15, 20, 30 steps, it's going to record that.
Great. So he's just testifying that all this shit he's been talking about for the last
we're
2
getting-
hours and 30 minutes
One
is inaccurate.
quick thing
Congratulations.
I want to go
you
back
dick.
and cover. Let's talk about Maggie's phone real quick. And you previously testified that you saw that orientation change on Maggie's phone between 9:06, it starts at 9:06:12 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And it ends at 9:06:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that indicated, you previously testified that someone had that phone in their hands during that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, you also testified that there is one other possibility that could explain how a orientation change could record on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. If it fell like down steps or something like that, it was on.
You also I believe testified that if
Coming in
a
with
phone
10 legal vices
tumbles
memberships,
into a
thank you very
rim,
much for
so
supporting the
yes,
cause.
Chaos coordinator, thank you so much. And if you were one of the lucky people to get
orientation
a
change, correct?
legal vice
Yes, sir. If the
membership
phone's on and
from Chaos Coordinator, please give Chaos Coordinator a
legal
special
vice.
thanks. And yes, this guy
If a
does have
phone
a
falls
neck. It's just buried
and
under
tumbles
all
end over
that
end,
fat. And I'm a
could it
fat
potentially
guy, and if I
record
call
an
you
orientation
fat,
change?
you're fucking
if the
fat.
phone is on and unlocked, it can record.
You can
a
quite
fat
clearly
neck.
see my double chin on this stream, okay? But
Yeah.
he,
If the phone is
Yeah.
thrown and tumbles end over
Exactly.
end, could it record an orientation change?
and it looks
I
like he's
know
just got
whereof
chips
I
enough
speak.
of
It would be
beard
hard
as
to do
well.
if it's off. If the screen display is off and it's not unlocked, it would be hard to record that.
In theory, it is possible.
In theory, I'm sure it's possible, yes, sir.
And in your opinion, is that likely?
Usually when phones, if you're holding a phone, you take your
Phone.
phone, unless you move it. If you take your phone and it's sideways and you lay it down on the table, it's not going to record an orientation change. If it's in portrait mode and
What
you
if-
set it straight down and don't turn it over the end, it's not going to record the change.
What if it does, though?
But it
My
is
fucking
possible.
phone changes
In
orientation
your
like it's
opinion,
going out of fucking
if-
style.
Someone throws a phone with no other manipulation. Could it be thrown a short distance without recording an orientation change?
Yes.
Yeah, if you like just drop it, but if you put it over your hand, it's
Alright.
even pulling it back like that to throw.
Now,
It's
one
already
thing we
a
haven't talked
recording
about with
orientation
Maggie and Alex's phone is, one other review you've done with these phones is, those phones have a lot of photographs and videos on them.
But why
correct?
would you throw
Yes, sir,
your phone
And
in the
you've
first
reviewed,
place?
I don't know if you've reviewed them all, but if you reviewed a substantial portion of them,
Yes, sir.
all right. And did you find anything on Maggie's or Alex's phone that was relevant to the investigation on, released on June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
On Maggie or Alex's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, not on Maggie or Alex. It's
Okay.
fine.
At least in relation to
Probably the
the
same
events of
thing
that
we're
night,
doing
was there
is
anything
not listening to
recorded
a word this
on
guy
Maggie or
said for the
Alex's
last
phone
35
that was
minutes.
relevant that you found?
As far
Let's
as
put it this
video
way. If Nick
recordings
was on the
or
jury,
photograph
Nick would be sitting
recordings,
on.
Okay. All right. Paul's phone, did you conduct a similar
If
review?
you know, you know.
yes, sir, I did.
And did you find anything that you consider relevant to what occurred on the night of June 7th at Mozilla?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And in fact, we've already referenced it, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
When we looked at Paul's timeline, we saw an entry of Paul's camera coming on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you wrote the time down, but if you can't find it, we can get the report out again. But what time did that camera come on?
At 8:44:49.
Okay. And how long was that video again?
It was roughly 50 seconds.
When did that video end?
At 8:45:47.
And you're certain about that?
Yes, sir.
Why are you certain about that?
because I reviewed the video for looking at the length of the video. It compared it to the length of the camera time that was on. Also, too, there was data recorded in the video because it was taken with the phone that had GPS coordinates along with a description.
All right, I've messed around with the volumes a little bit more in light of Flux's super awesome, whatever the hell this is, super chat.
That is when that video was recorded on Paul's phone.
Yes, sir.
I hope this sounds better.
And as we referenced, when we're looking at that timeline, there's location data associated with that video as well, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And where did you plot that location?
It plotted to Moselle Road to near a building that had a red roof on it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 297. Do you recognize it, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
I really just wish
What
that
is that?
stream had the ability
It
to have
is a
two
CD
screens, because at least we would be playing
video,
poker or something in the background.
On it, it says Kennel Video, has States 297 on there, along with my initials and the date of 1/30/23.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
It is a video I found on Paul Murdaugh's phone. The video looks like inside maybe a kennel area with a fence around it and a dog, I believe to be a lab, where he's trying to take a video of the tail of the dog.
Okay.
Why is he trying to take a video of the tail
That's
of
what you
the
see in that
dog?
video.
That sounds
sir.
kind of
What do you hear in the video?
You hear three
zoolovers.com
different
thing.
voices in the
Zoophilia.
video. You can
Oh, hang on.
tell
Why
because
is-
they're
why is he
so
videoing
different,
the
you can tell
dog's
that they're
ass?
different voices.
All right. Now, are any of those voices known personally to you?
No, sir, they are not.
Don't
This
video your
time,
dog's
state will
ass.
move to enter Exhibit 297 into evidence.
Previous objection.
Submitted over.
Play the freaking video.
All right. And at this time, the state's going to publish that video. It is not under seal.
All right, now we get to watch a video that we don't get to watch. Congratulations there, people. Wow, this is rough.
Get up, get up.
Fido, put the gun down. Fido, put the shotgun down. He's fucking that dog. He's fucking that dog.
Hey, you got burgers now. Hey, brother. It's a kitty. There's a chicken. Come here. Get it. Holy Jesus.
What time is that video recorded again, Lieutenant Dove?
The camera begins at 8:44:49 p.m.
And ends when?
At 8:45:47 p.m.
Nothing further from the state.
What?
Cross-examination.
Oh shit.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Good morning, Lieutenant Dove. My name is Philip Barber. I represent Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning.
They ended
I'm
on
going
that
to-
with
I'd like
any
to
further
get to a
questions?
timeline as soon as possible, but first I want to go over just a few things we've been talking about. We
I am
talked about
so
reading
lost.
text messages when they're sent and when they're read.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to see the contents of a text message without it being marked read?
Yes.
Yes, sir, it is.
And how would that be?
If you have a notification on your phone on the lock screen that would show a text message, depending on how long the text message is, you could see the text message and read most of the content without actually opening it and reading the message.
And we talked about the battery on Paul's phone. It was down to 2% when that last text message was marked as read. Is that correct?
It was in that time frame, yes, sir.
And is it reasonable that someone whose battery is down to 2% might curtail their use of the phone?
Yeah.
It is possible, yes, sir.
We've talked a lot about orientation changes, and I think there was some discussion right
His
before we
phone
saw that
became
video
gay.
about orientation changes. And I think we should go into some detail about exactly what that
Please
means. So
Andrew said they went off on this for
I'm
like
going to show you what's been marked
45
as Defendant's
minutes
Exhibit
yesterday?
38.
Oh yeah, they were going on
Do you
about
recognize that, sir?
the screen locking at 8:49:31.
Yes, sir, I do. It appears to
An
be
orientation
part of
change
the
at
knowledge seed
96:12.
database with some
Another one at
tables
96:14,
changed
and
up
there was a
because
missed
it's so
call,
large
a
to make
message.
it more readable.
It's just all
A
gobbledygook.
knowledge seed database for whose phone?
At the top it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you talked about the knowledge seed database a little bit yesterday, but maybe just to refresh, what is that?
Knowledge seed database is a rather good-sized database. It records a lot of information inside your phone. It can be orientation changes. It can be whether a phone's plugged in to a wall, to a car. It can record such things as applications, if they're launched sometimes in there. It's
any
a variety
phones
of
that
things.
change
It
their
can record
orientation
battery,
should be on the
it's part of the
firewall.
Power log too, where it'll record the battery usage as far as the
You
percent.
leave gender fluid phones alone.
Your Honor, at this time, my defendant would offer Exhibit 38 into evidence.
Sorry. I just don't know what the fuck to say.
I know.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Can you please publish it?
It was a Samsung phone till the second shotgun blast, and it became an iPhone.
And can we go to the last page? And sir, if you please turn to the last page.
Yes, sir.
This is not a list of everything in Knowledge C, correct?
Correct.
This is just showing orientation changes.
Correct.
And is this showing all the orientation changes in this database in Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
For the time
Line
frame
board,
it's
10
set
super
up,
chats.
as far as June 3rd, 2021, it ends on June 7th, 2021.
Do you know if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had any
Because I
orientation
get
changes?
notifications for
in
the Louisiana
Knowledge C
State
database
Parole Board.
before June 3rd?
Nothing that I remember seeing.
I've just had a video pop
If
up.
we turn to the very last
The guy's literally
orientation
sitting there,
change, you see
listening
that
to a guy
has date
plead for his
recorded
life for
9:06
parole,
and 22 seconds,
and he's sitting back in
Yes,
his chair
sir.
asleep.
and that's on June 7th.
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that the last orientation change before the phone was recovered by law enforcement the next day?
According to what I looked at, that's the last one I saw.
And where was the phone recovered?
I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't at the scene. I know it
Your
was not
father
recovered
brought this
down
phone back
near
from
the kennel
Vietnam.
area.
He
but
kept it
exactly
in his ass
where I
for
wasn't there,
5
so I'm not
years.
sure.
I mean, are you aware that it was recovered from the side of the road into the woods about 15 feet?
I've heard that, but like I said, I was not on scene, so I can't say 100% I was there to see it.
What I want to ask about here is we have 3 different dates and times for this one orientation change, and I just want to understand what each one means. So the first one, date recorded, which is at 9:06 and 22 seconds, what does that mean?
That's when it recorded the orientation change.
So would that mean that that's when this line was written in the database?
Yes, sir.
So the start time for an orientation change, what does that mean?
It's when it started to.
The
record
people are
that
having
orientation
problems
change
hearing
was
you,
happening.
Hayden. Say something.
Okay,
Change
and then
the volume
so-
setting.
the time would be when it ended 8 seconds later.
Yes, sir.
Let me see if I can hear
What does
myself.
that mean for an orientation
Testing,
change to take 8 seconds?
It was in that position.
Sounds good to me.
So
Yeah.
is it taking 8 seconds to go from portrait to landscape?
No, sir. It's recording that it was in that. It did not show that it changed. If it's in portrait, it didn't show that it changed from portrait to landscape or from landscape to portrait. It shows it was in that position.
Not a goddamn thing, Flux. Not a goddamn thing.
So, and then over here, this number, there's numbers that are 0 and 1. 0 would be landscape and 1 would be portrait, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Flux, are you?
So
what's
we
your
have here,
orientation?
this is the last
Portrait or
orientation change
landscape?
before it's recovered, and we have a start time and an end time of 12 seconds to 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that there was an incoming phone call in that time period?
Yes, sir. There were incoming phone calls around the 9:04, 9:05 I think at 9:08.
Yes, Tasha, this is the defense asking
Do you
questions.
recall that there was a phone call between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds?
Yes, sir, I believe there was.
And who was that call from?
It was from ALEX MURDAUGH.
So during the period of this orientation change, there's an incoming call from ALEX MURDAUGH.
Yes, sir.
And so during this period, the screen is on, correct?
The screen would light up once the call's made. Yes, sir.
And it's ringing.
Love you, Flux. You're the
I'm
best.
assuming it would be yes, sir.
We'll come back to that when we try to flesh out a little bit of a timeline.
Oh God, please
The
don't.
next thing I wanted to ask you about,
It's so unnecessary.
I will show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 41. Do you recognize that, sir?
Oh, this is way
Yes,
worse
sir, this is
than
another table
the
from the
Ortiz
knowledge
Border
database.
Patrol killer trial. Way worse. Way worse.
It's actually, isn't it the same table, sir?
Well, it's part of the same table. It's actually the other one contained the orientation. This one contains apps.
And this one contains, well, let me ask this. When you, under stream name, do you see?
Okay, everybody, regarding
Siri
volume
UI?
and mixing and shit,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
done
And do
mixing
you
this.
understand what that is?
StreamYard
Yes,
is
sir.
all over the
Okay.
fucking map today. And for those of you that don't know,
At this time,
no matter
Mr.
what
Marlowe
our
offered,
settings are,
Defense
when
Exhibit
once it
41
goes into
to drop.
StreamYard does its own fucking thing as far as audio balancing and
So
processing
this looks
goes.
similar.
So what
And
I'm
we see
here,
that
what
it
I'm
says
saying
Siri,
and
and
hearing,
there's things that
and
say
what
begin and
Ozzy
end.
is saying
What-
and hearing
what does
is
UI
not
mean?
what you people are
It
hearing.
stands for
And
user
they are all
interface.
over the map.
And so
tonight.
we
This
see
is
here the user
insane.
interface is
We're
starting
just
and
going to leave it the
stopping
way
at
it is
these
now
various
and just
times. Is that
freaking
correct?
deal with it.
Yes, sir.
And what on
It
Maggie's
literally has
phone,
nothing
what
to do
would
with me. It
typically
has
trigger the
nothing to do with
Siri user
Ozzy.
interface?
It's 100%
It could be
StreamYard.
several different things. If it's set up with Siri where there's a word that you say, Siri or whatever you choose to say, it could activate it when it's listening. It could be hit the button, the power button to activate it.
Hit the button. Hit the button.
Several different things.
And hitting the button is the button on the side of the phone.
Yes, sir.
No,
If that's
it's right
pressed and
above
held
the. Oh,
for
never
some
mind.
couple of seconds, it comes on.
Yes, sir.
And see, just for reference, while they're sitting, I have gone from 20%
Turn on-
mic
you know
gain
who a man
to
named Al Johnson is?
100%
Who was in
mic
this
gain
case?
in
Yes,
the
sir.
last
It-
hour.
And who is he?
He is a private investigator that does digital forensics, retired from the FBI.
And did he do work on this case?
Yes, sir. I believe he did.
Did he do analyses of the phones in this case?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen those analyses?
I've not seen his completed reports. No, sir.
Okay, have you seen his Axiom reports?
Love you, Tasha.
I have
You're the
not seen
smart
all
one.
his Axiom reports. No, sir.
Let me ask this. When you looked at the steps and the time periods for the steps on the Maggie's phone, Paul's phone, well, let's just talk about Maggie's phone and Alex's phone. Did the steps after 9 o'clock say, did they ever go together? Were there steps happening on Alex's phone at the same time as Maggie's phone?
I would have to look at the two reports because
You haven't looked at the fucking reports yet?
Put them together to compare them.
You've had a
Well,
goddamn
let's find it.
year. That is the most important thing. Were they moving at the same time? Oh my fucking Christ. Was Alex moving at the same time she was moving? When he said he was asleep and she was across the... This is the most important fucking testimony that you have on the prosecution. And this dickhead has not looked at the fucking evidence yet?
It is 284.
I've been waiting for this for 2 days.
290.
And the answer is, I don't know. I'd have to look at the reports.
And you were wondering if anyone ever actually throws their
Is there
phone.
anything indicating that Maggie's phone
Congratulations,
and,
Crystal. You just witnessed me
Alex's phone
losing
are
my
moving
fucking
together in
mind.
those reports?
Let me look to see, compare the times.
You fuckwit.
How is that not one of the things that? Oh,
Holy crap. Christ.
No, sir, it doesn't appear so.
Okay.
What?
If the same person had both phones on them and one of the phones was recording a significant number of steps, would you expect to see the same number of steps or something very similar on the other phone?
I would
Yes.
expect these steps on both phones, yes, sir.
Holy shit.
So the prosecution has just said that Alex's
sir.
phone
Give or
and
take a
Maggie's
minute or
phone were
two
not
for
moving
entry
at
to
the
the
same
database.
And then
time.
you would roughly expect to see the same number of steps on each phone.
Yes, sir, within a few.
Eric, it is
Are you familiar with a
absolutely
timeline
important.
prepared by a special
Because
agent?
if
And I
he's
hope I'm
killing
pronouncing
them,
his name
he's
correctly.
going to be moving and they're going to be moving at the
Yes,
same
sir.
time. But he just
Now, did you assist with
testified
the
that
preparation
they
of
were
that?
not
I
moving at
reviewed
the
it early
same
on. I have
time.
not reviewed anything in the last week or two on it.
It's
Holy
effectively
Christ.
circumstantial evidence to prove that he was asleep at the time when it happened, or something else.
Well, let me ask about that. Early on, but not within the last week or two, that the case has been investigated, for since.
Oh, I think I'm going to throw up.
So were you assisting with that until a couple of weeks ago?
He provided me copies of it previously when it was in a working draft copy, just to verify that he was interpreting the information from my reports onto it correctly.
And now turning to Alex Murdaugh's.
Well, that's the thing, Eric, because they've just given evidence to show that both
Yes,
Paul
sir.
and Maggie's phones were active during the period, so they had them on them.
No, sir.
You had no involvement in anything with that vehicle?
As far as processing the data, no, sir. I just
The
took
bullets were moving,
items
he wasn't.
from the vehicle, as far as the infotainment center, and prepared them and send them to the FBI to be processed.
Have you ever seen any of the results from the FBI processing?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay.
That is potentially devastating testimony right there.
Yeah,
And the fact they didn't
because
know this
he had
a
read
year
it.
Start
ago.
going through some of the
Yeah.
text messages on Maggie's phone.
Holy crap.
He had a year to look at those reports and compare them. How did the prosecution not think to ask the guy, did you actually compare these two and check whether or not the activities were taking place at the same time?
Wow. This combined with the Clarice Starling admitting that it is a reasonable possibility there was two shooters,
Maybe
this
a
case
little
is
hard
fucking
to
dead.
read.
Yeah.
So do you recognize what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 54?
At this point, I think if he does get convicted, it's purely because the jury hates him,
Be a report,
not based on the evidence or anything even half reasonable from a legal standpoint.
And is this a report you prepared?
No, sir, I don't recognize this report.
I mean, are you certain about that, sir? This was produced in the extractions. This is the Axiom report.
How long did this guy
Yes, sir, but
testify
I never
yesterday?
prepared like this.
It's a web page.
No, a couple of hours, it felt like.
Yes, sir.
Well, he's 2.5 hours in so far now.
It says print this page at top, so I would assume that it is. Yes, sir.
I've got 2 bottles of wine in me, so sit down and strap on because we're going to be. We strap in, don't strap on. Unless you're into that.
Strap yourselves in, people. Jeff's losing the plot, and I'm about to start pulling out Pokemon cards again because this is boring as shit.
No, that was unintentionally devastating. And this defense lawyer, look, redheads, gingers make up like 1 to 2% of the population. A full-on third of the people in this audience are gingers. This is a seriously shallow gene pool we're dealing with here. Especially considering that darker hair is the dominant
Can you
gene.
read under source. Say on the third entry.
On the third entry of source? Yes, sir.
You see where it says CCRED and then it says Red Network.
Nighthawk, I have
local
no
and
answer
slash
for you.
root
This is
and
insane that this is
grenade.
even being prosecuted. If
Do you
this is all
recognize
they
any of
have.
that?
Yes, sir. That's the file path for.
This has to have
evidence
been
of
the-
extraction.
Look, I personally, I feel like this was pushed through the prosecution because
Your Honor, at
Of
this time,
prominence.
I would offer defendant.
I'm starting to feel like maybe the chief prosecutor felt like he was backed into a corner and had to prosecute this.
Wow.
So this is, and please cover. And could we zoom in so that the left side of the screen is a little larger? Zoom in so the left side of the screen is larger and visible to the jury.
Nope, there goes the fire arrest station again.
Whee! Burning down the house.
Now, Lieutenant Doug, the
Evidence in a
times in
fraud
the time
case?
column
Yeah.
here are UTC, so we'll need to subtract 4 hours from them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and this is a listing of text messages that Maggie Murdaugh sent or received?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So the second entry there, what's the time for that message?
The time it shows the message sent time is June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:55:26 p.m., but to correct it to Eastern Standard Time at that point would be 3:55:26 p.m. That's what
8675309 8675309.
Is this incoming or outgoing message?
Who can I turn
This
to?
records it as a message that was sent.
And does this message say, well, do you read the message?
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I have to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock it. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia.
Okay, and does this continue on to 3?
Trust Mexicans
Well, let's
to
just
lock
continue.
the
Do you read
door.
number 3?
Yes, it's hard to tell where it separates on this report, but there's 2 emojis and it says, Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well.
And what was the time on that one?
That text message was June 7th,
there was a huge lawsuit
2021.
filed
It
about
shows it
using
at
that number.
7:57:16 p.m. To correct the
Everybody
UTC
was calling
minus
it.
4 would be 3:57:16 p.m.
And then if we come down to number 5, that's an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh, isn't it? That we looked at before.
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, how's your doctor appointment or APPT?
And if we go to the second
Michelle.
page,
Hi, Michelle Cavarnos. It's
And
almost
number
like you
6
weren't
there,
on my
is
stream
that
for
an
a long
outgoing
time.
message?
How are you doing?
It shows it as a received and read message.
okay. And what does it say?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Now, the next one, number 7, is that a reply to the how was your doctor visit message?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
And what does it say?
Waiting as usual.
And number 8, is that an outgoing message?
It is a sent message, yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us.
In the context of these text messages, do you understand that to be referring to Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's medical condition?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's the time on that?
That time is June 7th, 2021. It shows at 8:06:43 p.m. To correct it to -4 UTC would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
And number 9, what does that, is that
Hold back.
incoming or outgoing?
It shows it as a received and read text message.
And what does this text message say?
It says, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little to no sleep is not healthy. Remember that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I will go to Moselle. I'll let you know.
Okay, let's skip down to page 4, which I believe will be our next message from Mr. Murdaugh. And we're looking at number 18. Is this an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. We're having a little difficulty seeing this. If they could blow it up just a little bit.
All right. Well, they're trying to figure out this. I'm going to end this poll really quickly here. We've been doing for the last 3 hours and 9
If we could
minutes.
make the message
I hit the
text.
like button poll. 663 votes, 258 of you, and you 258 of you that are here right now, thank you so much for being here. You could literally be anywhere. You could be watching Lon Cuck, Court TV, Emily D. Baker, Nick Ricada, Kurt. You could be watching anybody, but you've chosen to be here with us, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that, and I do not take that for granted that you've placed your trust in being entertained by this fucking stupid, ridiculous piece of shit trial with us. Thank you for that. But we had a poll up here, and we're going to end it right now with 11% of the vote in fourth place. You said, I hit the like button like I would smash the prosecutor Winona from Beetlejuice. And in third place with 22% of the vote, I hit the like button like I hit everyone for talking slowly. And 32% of the vote in second place, I hit the like button like someone whacked the chicken. And 35% of you in the lead with, I hit the like button like the trial is crushing my soul. Exactly. All right, now I'm going to put up a guilt or innocence poll for you to take here.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to please ask the jury if they can now see.
Let's put up the new poll, and then this is a guilt or innocence.
Can I
So,
see?
holy fuck! I just about super chatted myself. That would have been awkward.
Proceed.
Line 18, who is this text message from?
The text message, it shows the client or the chat ID is 1-803-942-1227.
Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what is the time of this message?
The time of this message is June 7th, 2021, 11:05:55 p.m. To correct to minus UTC is going to be 7:05:55 p.m.
And what does the message say?
Paul says you were getting petty. Call when you get done.
And there are two exclamation marks after.
All right,
petty.
the new poll is up.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Showing some, and petty, you would understand here to mean pedicure?
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge, it is.
Not a pedo. It's a
Now,
petty. It's a
number
petty,
20
not
would
a
be the next
pedo.
text message from Mr. Murdaugh. And what is the time on that?
I wish I was
time
drunk.
on
Says,
that,
trust is with you
On the
because you're
paper,
always
it's
entertaining.
June 8th,
Thank you, Irish.
2021.
Deeply,
at
deeply appreciate that.
1:08:58 a.m. To correct the time to minus 4 UTC would make the day June 7th, 2021 at approximately 9
Ozzy
o'clock.
Overlord,
9:08:58
member for 3
p.m.
months of the Clean and Sober Crew.
What
I
does
know,
this
right?
say?
Who would super
Going to
chat
check
themselves
on
while
him,
on a
be
stream?
right back.
And then finally,
Me.
number 21, I'll just ask, is this at 9:47 and 23 seconds p.m.?
Yes, sir, once it's corrected for the UTC.
And what does this say?
It says, call me, babe.
And who is it from?
It's from the same phone number of 1-803-942-1227. And that phone number is for Alex Murdaugh.
Oh,
Ask about that 908 text message because I think those states talked about that a bit. Let me ask this. Do you know when that text message was actually displayed on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I would have to check the report to see if it actually shows the display time or when it recorded in the log.
they have everything
I
you've
believe
ever
it was
done.
the 908 mark.
Come back to that. Let's,
Kaiser
let's talk
Pineapple
now
here
a bit
today?
about the timeline from about 8:50 p.m. to 908. Right, very narrow and get into some real detail on it. And if I could have an easel.
Uh-oh. We have some 1920s technology here. George, you are too kind.
I'm going to ask about some times, and you may
Been
need
there,
to
done
refer
that. Member
to
for 2 months of the Clean and Sober
reports. If
Crew
so, let
says
me know, and I'll
Logan got a
look them
ton
up.
of snow these last couple of days.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been watching.
And I'm
Been
really
getting
talking. Well, let's
Snapchats
first
from
just
my
talk
fam.
about Paul's phone. We established
It was minus
that it locked
17
at
there.
8:49 and 1 second. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it did not unlock again.
Correct.
And it was at 2% battery.
Yes, sir.
So we don't really know much about what happened after that time from his phone, do we?
Just what was recorded in the logs.
Was anything reported in logs after 8:49 and 1 second?
Yes, sir. It's still showing that it was some activity going on as far as like GPS coordinates, things of that.
When was the last activity?
Dictionary.
Well, let me rephrase that. When was the last activity indicating human use of the phone?
Was the time that it was locked.
Okay, and so we don't know what the person with the phone was doing after that. We can't tell from the phone, can we?
I can't tell if a person was using the phone. It doesn't appear so, but the phone, because it was still on, was still running things in the background.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk a lot about Maggie's phone. So on Maggie's phone, was the display off from 8:49 and 28
He's a
seconds?
ginger.
to
His face is
8:53
always
and
red.
8 seconds.
That sounds right. I'd have to verify it with the report to be 100%.
Okay. Do you have the report on hand?
No, sir, I don't.
Oh my! Why this judge goes so long without giving these people lunch is
I
beyond.
just handed you what's been marked. It's been admitted as state 283, which is the timeline report for her phone.
Yes, sir.
So is that correct, that time period?
Playing hangman.
Could you repeat the time so that I can verify it, please?
Wish I could hang
It
myself
is
right now.
8:49 and 28 seconds is the display goes.
Oh, look, I'm pretty hung, but it's not doing any difference.
Give me 1 second to get to it. 8:49 and 28 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so it shows that that's the end time of the display on.
Is there an orientation change at that time too?
It shows an orientation change at 8:49, 28 seconds, goes to landscape. So there is the
Oh
same
my
time.
God! Stop talking about this.
And 2 seconds later, is
The change in orientation makes no difference whatsoever. He's just said that like swiping down to check notifications
8:49,
isn't recorded in the
31
logs.
PM, it shows the start time of being locked.
Okay. Our next event at 8.
This trial needs more titties.
Says the display come back on.
If you listen
Yes,
closely,
sir,
you
it
can hear a
does.
juror dangling
The
from
phone
a
is still
belt.
locked, but the screen is on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it's showing.
Yeah. Oh, I'd redo Brooks' case 100 times out of 100.
Oh, absolutely. Especially compared to this.
And is there an orientation change at 8:53 and 12? 4
Ye-
seconds after the screen came on.
Yes, sir, it goes to portrait.
Oh, well, at least the defense is doing what the prosecution should have done in the first place.
Kill themselves?
No, putting it onto a timeline so that the jury can
Oh.
actually see it rather than just have it obfuscated by
Okay.
various like
Having this,
bullshit.
kind of starting at this time
All right,
period,
that makes
starting
more
at
sense.
8:53:15 with Apple Health, don't we have her walking some distance?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it recorded some steps then. I would have to refer to that report.
Please do.
Yes, sir. It starts at 8:53:15 PM, recording 59 steps, and ends at 8:55:32.
Do you have any way to know the distance that covered?
No, sir. It just says it recorded 59 steps, and then it shows on there a duration in minutes, which is approximately 2.29.
I've got 99 steps,
Is the
and you ain't
distance,
one of them.
is it on the phone? Is it available?
Oh no, you didn't.
As far as distance, as far
Don't
as
ever do that again. I won't
yards,
either.
or
I need meters.
I have seen in meters, yes, sir.
So that information has been covered,
I
how many
hate myself.
meters those steps covered?
Yes, sir. When we extracted the information, it would have been part of that.
And was that 31 1/4 meters?
I would have to look at, it's not on this report, on the Axiom report, it doesn't put it down in meters, it just does it in feet. I would have to look at one of the other reports or look at the extraction to know exactly how many meters it is, but it does record.
DeWay, the only feats page isn't coming until I hit
At the end
15,000
of that
subscribers.
walking period, or about 4 seconds before, when does the screen turn off next?
I show a display off at 8:53:28 is the
Why do
start
people in the
time of
South
that.
pronounce everything backwards? Display instead of
And then
display.
the next display off is at
Display.
8:53:44 p.m.
Mm.
Well, let's stick with the
My friend said,
8:53:28
you live in
it went off,
Korea?
Yeah, so that shows the start time of it being off.
Korea.
And did it come back on 4 seconds after?
Yes, sir. It comes on at 8:53:32 p.m.
Did you hear about the pharmaceutical truck that's
Exhibit I
full of
previously
Viagra that got
showed you
stolen?
about Siri.
Full of what?
Viagra.
When's the last
No.
activation of the user interface?
Police are on the lookout for hardened criminals.
The last one shows that it started on June 7th, 2021 at 8:53:20 p.m.
Fuck
So
off.
it's during this period of walking.
Yes, sir.
We covered previously that holding side button can trigger that.
It's one of the things, yes, sir, that could trigger that.
Now, the screen had gone off at 8:54:32. Is that correct?
Not even fuck off. Just
At
fuck off.
8:54:32 was the end time of the
Gotta do
display.
something to keep this entertaining.
Congratulations to Kaiser Pineapple, who will be our
Apologize,
designated
8:53:44
layman of the day
came on,
tomorrow.
correct?
Oh, cool.
The display went off, and then it went back on at 8:55:04. Is that correct?
Let's see.
Pass, I don't care if you didn't laugh because I sure as shit
I
did.
show display.
Belgium
off,
is that cool
starts at
place that makes
8:53:44.
blueberry waffles.
It ends at 8:55:32. Display on at 8:55:32. Is when it starts with the display on. And then it shows that ending at 8:55:04.
So at 8:55:32, the display comes on, and 2 seconds later is a camera application.
At 8:55:32.
At 8:54:32, the screen comes on.
Yes, sir.
2 seconds later, the camera is activated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was the camera activated from the lock screen? In other words, the phone was not unlocked to get to the camera.
It doesn't appear that there's an unlock sequence, but I would imagine not, just based off of that. I don't see the unlocking.
Is there metadata in the Knowledge C database that would allow you to determine whether this was activated from the lock screen?
There may be. I've never looked that far into it to see.
None
if
of this
that's
has
there.
anything to do with whether he put a
So
bullet in these
the
people
screen
or
comes
not.
on,
Nope.
This is the most circumstantial of circumstantial evidence.
Stays on for how long?
Mm-hmm.
It comes on at 8:54:34.
I would be
and
embarrassed
goes
if
off
I was the
at
prosecution.
8:54:35. So approximately 1 second.
Okay. And we're still in that walking period, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, 5 seconds later, we have an orientation change.
Fuck off.
The orientation change to landscape begins at 8:54:40. Yes, sir. Approximately 5 seconds.
It's not important. If they win coming off of this trial, it's not because the prosecution's done any
So
sort
in
of
a
half-decent
space
job.
of 6 seconds,
And everyone in that area is going to know.
break at 8 seconds, screen came on, camera opened, closed, and then orientation change. So what happened in that 8 seconds?
I don't know that the camera came on. I know that it was showed an application usage log. Whether somebody
Have
activated
you ever
the camera
seen that
to
thing
use it
you
or
do?
not,
It's
I
one of
don't
my
know that.
desert. I've never seen that movie actually. I know it's like a great cast. It's got like what Tom Hanks, Liv Tyler, what's her face, Charlize Theron.
And then when did the display
I just never
go
seen
on?
it.
It shows display off at 8:55:04 p.m.
Okay. And there was an orientation change then too, correct?
Yes, sir. It went to portrait.
Oh my God!
Did the
I don't give a
display come on
fuck what the
again,
portrait. Who
either
put the
after
bullet
previous
in these
delivery?
people?
Yes, sir. At 8:55:32 p.m.
And then it went off and it stayed off until 9:03, correct?
Honest to God, no matter what you think of this case, what does what time and how long that thing changed from portrait to
Yes, sir. The
landscape
display
mode
went off
have
at
to do with proving whether or not
9:03:52
Alec
p.m.
Murdaugh fucking pulled a trigger
So,
5
and then what
times on a
would happen
rifle
after that would
and
be
2 times on a shotgun
incoming
to
calls that
delete
go
his
in.
wife and son.
So we get
It's
to
got
orientation
fuck
change
all to
in
do with
9:06 or
it.
anything
Stop
like that.
wasting my fucking time.
There's other things that are recorded in the logs.
He said
Because they were
dramatically.
recording the logs that it received a phone call. So you get that, you get the phone calls in there.
And
It
the phone
shows,
call, when was that?
it shows a phone call at 9:04:23 p.m.
And I think we had previous testimony that that was from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And then we have the final orientation change at 9:06 and 12. Because it starts.
Plot
sorry,
twist, the
I-
chicken walks in with the 300.
Time of 9:06 and 12.
Did I scare you?
No, I'm just half
Yes, sir.
asleep.
That's when it,
I'm
orientation
hoping that the
changes.
caffeine and guarana kick in, but oh my
And
God.
in that time period, we have another.
Bass
call
is the
from
chicken
Alex
one from
Murdaugh,
portrait to landscape.
Yes, sir, at 9:06:14 p.m.
And then another one coming in at 9:06:51. Is that correct?
That's
Yes, sir, that's
fucking
correct.
funny.
And then the display after that goes off.
Yes, sir, it goes off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And that text message we talked
Chicken
about
went from
earlier at
portrait to
9:08:58. Did
landscape.
the screen come on when that came out? Or did it stay off?
That's really funny.
It looks like
It's actually
when the
hilarious. The more
display
you think
off
about it.
ended was at 9:31:44 p.m.
Is that when that text message was actually delivered?
It shows text message received on the phone at 9:08:58 p.m.
But the screen did not.
Oh God damn it. No, I get why they're going through this, but they're not doing it
don't.
properly and they're not doing it right.
Why are they talking about going from portrait to
mentioned
landscape? If you get it, tell me,
seen the
enlighten
vehicle.
me.
Well, strike that.
What they're trying to
We talked about
establish is
Alex
at what point
Murdaugh's
people were
steps.
still
Did he have
alive.
a period
But the
of
trouble
walking
is,
that went from
going from
about
portrait to
9:02
landscape
to
doesn't
9:06
actually
and
prove
47
anything.
seconds?
No, it doesn't.
I would have to refer to
Either
that
they did
report.
it or the murderer did it. One of the two.
Exactly. And you
But
can't
which
prove
one
either
is
way,
it?
so it's irrelevant. Good God, maybe the murderer checked their text messages. We don't know. We don't care.
Is there an unknown dick pic on them? Just something. Just tell me something. If there's a dick pic, maybe a dude did it. So yeah, take this,
I'm sorry,
Maggie
could you
Murdoch.
repeat that again?
Click, click, click.
Oh,
So
got a,
about 9:02.
Paul got a dick pic from his girlfriend, and so he decided to off everybody.
9:06 and
Yeah.
47 seconds.
Yes, sir. It shows that the phone recorded 283 steps.
You were called from the.
The chicken realized that the cock had been sleeping around, so he decided to off everybody.
If anything was
Yeah.
reported happening on his vehicle at 9:06 and 48 seconds.
I don't remember. I remember looking at the report, but I haven't studied that report, so I don't know.
You don't.
Oh,
recall
see,
that.
John.
Look at the gallery. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody is paying attention.
I would
Nobody's
have to look
looking at the
that report. Like I
prosecutor.
said, I looked at the report when it first
Nobody.
came back, but I have not studied
She's
that
falling
report, so it's
asleep.
not part of
She's
what I
like, oh
examined.
fuck, I'm bored.
Was
She's like,
information
where's
from
my
that report
oxygen tank?
included
He's
in the
asleep.
timeline
She's
was
looking
that
somewhere
agent,
else.
Johnson?
She's looking at her.
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
Nobody is paying attention to a fucking thing that's going on right now. None.
If you were to look at that timeline that the agent prepared, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. I can look at it and see what their report says.
It's a copy of his timeline report. You recognize that that's what it is?
Yes, sir. That's what it appears to be.
Andrew Legal Mindset should be joining us at some point within the next 30 minutes. And he's going to be fucking livid that we're still on Mr. Dove here.
Are you wanting me to look for the vehicle
Yes,
information on there?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. This is what's going to be a state's exhibit. State does not object if we just go ahead and admit it as a defense exhibit.
I'm Kermit the Frog. I'm making an objection.
I don't know if what Mr. Barber's intention is.
Your Honor, I was using this to refresh the witness's recollection. Rule 612.
What is the objection?
Well,
If he's going to review that,
an
the state
entire
will ask
bottle
that it
of
be
wine,
marked and
so
admitted.
whatever.
As this is not a report personally prepared by Lieutenant Dove.
Would you like to have it admitted as a state's exhibit or defense exhibit?
I'm happy to admit it as a defense exhibit, Your Honor. It's not pre-marked, however.
Admitted as a defense exhibit.
The judge is look at the judge rocking in that chair. He's like, I love his chair, by the way. I don't care what it costs. I would buy that chair if I knew where to get it. That is a gorgeous, awesome, big, giant chair. I get two of them so that I can smoke cigars with friends in my house.
I don't want him to remember anything inconvenient.
Handing you back what's now been marked as defense exhibit 60, which will make this a lot quicker and easier. Did you find what we were talking about?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when did Mr. Murdaugh's car start?
Yeah, this is the weird thing,
According
is
to
car being
this
found in
timeline
a
that's
weird
been prepared,
location. I want to hear about
It looks
this.
like it starts at 9:06:48 p.m.
And that is a second after the end of that period of walking around.
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to describe that period of walking around as Mr. Murdaugh walking to his car?
Maybe he went to the
phone
Outback and went
recorded
walkabout.
steps. I can say what this report has as far as the vehicle information. Now, whether somebody was walking to their car, from their car, or just walking around an area, I can't say because I wasn't there. But I can just say what the information contained on there.
Did his phone connect to the Bluetooth system in his car?
I did not find connections during that time frame.
Ozzy, have you gone like walkabout in like a spiritual journey into the Outback?
Did you look at his car?
No, I don't have time for that.
Did the FBI find a connection to the system in his car, not on his
It
phone?
can't be arsed to do
I
that.
don't see it in this section that talks about the vehicle.
Between
stuff
running a
in
business,
906 period.
doing this sort of shit, looking after a 4-year-old, I don't have time to just disappear into the Outback for 3 or 4 days. As much as I would love to.
Don't have time for that. Jack Matt, you come to Korea and I will take you to an amazing cigar lounge. I'll take you to 2 or 3 amazing cigar lounges. We'll have some awesome whiskey. Anybody that ever comes to
Come back to
Busan,
that in a
Korea,
second.
hit me up and I will treat you to an amazing night out.
If a phone were thrown from the window of a moving car going down a country road, would you expect?
Okay, this might be
was
interesting.
on at that time because there's an incoming call. Would you expect to see an orientation change?
Depends on how it was thrown, but if it was just
Oh,
thrown
piss
end over
off.
end, then I would expect the orientation change.
What the fuck?
And this phone was recovered on the side of the road. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
About 15 feet. We've had testimony about that in some brush.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was no orientation change. As far as I'm concerned,
Not
they
so far
gently
from Mr.
placed it
Murdaugh's house,
outside the car window at a slow
half
speed.
mile or so at least. If that would make an orientation change, and that was the last orientation change ever on the phone until it's recovered is 9:06 and 12 seconds, 9:06 and 20 seconds. Is it reasonable to believe that is it being thrown out the window to its final resting place before it is recovered?
Final
It's hard
resting
for me to
place?
say. I can
What
just
is it?
testify about what
Maggie
the information's
Murdaugh?
on the phone. if it's somebody throws, there's different way to throw things. You can throw things end over end, straight. You can throw it sideways. You can take and toss something. Is considered.
Oh yeah, you threw it like a frisbee out the window, and there was no orientation change whatsoever. I call bullshit.
Thrown, what it hits when it tumbles or to the ground or how it lands could cause different things to happen.
Based on the information in front of you, would it be possible for the person who's cranking that car at 9:06 and 48 seconds to be throwing it from that car while it's moving at 9:06 and 12 to 20 seconds?
Anything's possible. I
The
don't
person
know.
driving were Alex Murdaugh because he's
No.
to walk.
Don't you try and bullshit like that. It's not that anything is possible. It's a distinct
I don't know
possibility.
How he throws things, how he handles things, so it'd be hard for me to say how they would do that.
So what I'm asking is, if he walked from 9:02 until the second before he gets in the car and cranks it, and that is, it looks like 30 seconds after the phone is thrown on the side of the road a half mile away, can he be in two places at once?
I don't know that's the time the phone was thrown. I know that's the time the orientation change occurred. Now, that does not mean that the phone was thrown at that moment. It's hard for me to say.
Certainly, it is possible
It's
that
still
it
a
was a random
possibility.
orientation change and somebody throws the phone out of the moving car going down this country road, lands in some brush 15 feet off the road by some
Ozzy
miracle
Overlord has gone
golf frisbee
feral.
shot. But you would expect you throw the phone out the window like that, you get an orientation change.
Look, he's a cop being a cop. He's dodging the question because he
If
knows
it's
that we'd
thrown
never
like
seen
you
the
described,
prosecution.
with it being thrown like a golf frisbee kind of throw, I don't expect the orientation change because it can land flat.
So, but
There's a good
Has
chance
nobody
he was
ever-
from spinning.
that you
What are you
could
kidding
throw
me?
a moving car
Has nobody
15 feet in the
ever
woods.
like gone, okay, I'm going to take
Not
a
ever
picture of my
bounced, not
food
once.
or whatever. It's in portrait mode.
I've
And
never
then
tested
like you
throwing a phone out the
tilt
window
it
to
flat
see
and you take
what
the
the
picture and you're like,
orientation
why the
change
fuck
looks
did
like.
it turn to
Like I said, I can just
to
testify to what
landscape
is in
mode?
the records on it.
Oh, this is so fucking idiot.
And at the
Yeah, golf
time,
frisbee,
this,
frisbee
if
golf,
this is when it's
dickhead.
thrown, at that very moment,
Why the
you're gonna come and
hell
call him Alex Murdaugh. The screen's
is the
up with his
defendant
name
not
on
just throwing his phone to one of the
Correct.
jurors and saying,
Yes,
hey,
sir.
did their orientation change?
it. It would be reasonable that if somebody
they're
had taken the
retards.
phone, they see it starts to ring with his name on it, they might chuck it out the window.
It
What?
is possible if they see that, yes, sir.
That would be consistent with all the information on the cell phones, would it not?
It's consistent.
Yes, it
with
would.
Information on the cell phones, whether somebody who saw the number coming in or they even saw the number coming in, I can't say because I was not there.
I understand. You,
So the
you were
phone
not,
rang.
and the question's
Murdoch
really
looked at it,
your
saw
review of
who
these
it was
records.
from, and went,
Is that
and threw it out the
not just
window.
consistent, but reasonably consistent.
Frisbee
Something
No,
golf
that makes
fashion.
sense to.
I think the other thing they're saying is
That is one
maybe
reasonable
the phone was
possibility.
taken by an assailant.
What you see on
They saw
If
Alex's
somebody
Alex
was
name pop
holding
up, and then they
phone,
threw it
saw
out the
a number
window.
Come in, they didn't want to
Whatever.
answer,
Whatever the
didn't
fuck they're
want
saying is
to-
stupid.
To throw it, that is a possibility, yes, sir.
And that the last orientation change before law enforcement
Michelle
finds
doesn't
it in
prove
the
that he killed
woods
them.
on the side of the road the next day.
At the moment, the defense is trying to use it as a way to prove that he wasn't
I
in
can't
two
say
places
that. I
at
can
once.
just
That
say
was
that
reasonable.
there's.
So he couldn't have been the one to kill
There's an
them.
orientation change. I cannot say that's when the phone was thrown that caused that change to portrait.
So literally, the only thing you're on the stand to do right now is to say, "Oh,
And
it
at the
changed
time-
from
and at-
portrait to landscape."
Listen, 30
That's it.
seconds after that, Alex Murdaugh, well, at that time, he's walking.
You can't prove shit all.
The phone recorded steps in the time frame.
Bass says, what about
Testified on
Buster's
direct that
orientation
riding in a
change?
car at something.
Correct.
So he's not
Andrew
in a
said
car
that like
at
Buster has a girlfriend.
I can't say where he
Yeah.
was when I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I can just say what the
So
phone
what about
recorded.
his
Then there's the
orientation
thing with
change?
Steven, so there may have been an orientation change there.
Was not in a car.
He may have went from portrait to landscape. We don't know.
I can just say the
That's
phone
funny.
that somebody had the phone and it recorded steps.
And you also would have testified that if you're in a car, it would not record steps.
Correct. If you put it in a cup holder and ride around in a car, it's not going to record the steps.
So if this phone were in a car at 9:06 and 12 seconds, it would not.
No,
record any
that's
steps.
bullshit. You can get a phone to record steps if you put it in a
It
car
did, in fact,
cup
did not
holder.
record steps.
All you need is a bumpy enough road.
At what time it ended, that's the time, the last ones I see with the steps.
Okay.
All that time
I mean, it did record steps at that time.
Yes, sir.
So
Buster had an amazing beard.
the person who
Buster
had
a
Alex Murdaugh's
beard?
phone was walking at this
Oh, yeah.
9:06 and 12 seconds.
Really?
Time. Because it's
Okay.
recording steps.
Yes, sir. Somebody was holding the phone and recording.
And he's
steps.
also calling his wife in this time period.
Yes, sir. There are phone calls.
He's walking and calling his wife, and his car is about to crank a second after he stops walking, which really does seem like he's getting into the car.
That's what it would appear with the times, but like I said, all I can testify to is what the information is on the devices.
Oh, look, this trial's already sunk. Go, ignore the objection. Just go and ask him his opinion and wait for them to object
Alex
on
Murdaugh had
that he's
the
not an
code
expert.
to unlock, Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
I don't know. I've been told he did. I was provided the code when I received the phone.
So, you don't really have any, you can't really testify as to why he would take his wife's phone, and this is, I guess the state alleges, and throw it out the window of his car half a mile from his house.
No, sir. I have no idea why people are thinking or do things they do.
That's not the question that he asked,
And
dipshit.
we've previously established that his phone and Maggie's phone were not, when he's walking, they're not walking together. Is that correct?
Correct. There are no steps recorded on the devices together.
So he's walking without her phone. Her phone does an orientation change while he's walking without her phone. Is that correct?
I can just say both devices were not recording steps at the same time.
And they're not recording steps at the same time, and he's walking at 9:06:12.
Correct.
Therefore, hers is not recording steps at 9:06:12.
Correct.
So his phone is walking.
Try turning it
hers
off
is
and on
not.
again.
At the time, her phone has this final orientation change before it's found on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
No, Medina,
And-
there's nothing really here that's
In your
been
20-some
here,
years
so.
experience in law enforcement, that doesn't.
Mind you, would you really be expecting these guys in the prosecution to do it?
That the person who had Alex's phone did not also.
Andrew,
have Maggie's
fucking
phone.
kill me! Kill me now, Andrew!
Fuck.
Fucking kill me!
It's the same dude. They still haven't finished with this dude.
No, they have not finished with this dude. Just fucking kill me.
I did
please.
warn you, though. I did warn you, Jeff.
You did, but fuck me.
I'm going to
At least now it's the defense, but at the same time, oh my
switch
god.
off of timeline a little bit and ask, were you aware of a Celebrite logical extraction of Alex's phone that was conducted on June 10th?
I've been told there was one.
Oh, we're
Yes.
back on the fucking
Did you ever
Celebrate
receive
reports.
that?
I received a copy
I
of it
wish I was
several
drunk.
months
Says
back.
orientation change.
Did you receive it after you did
Andrew,
the full
they are
follow-up?
still
Yes,
talking
sir.
about the fucking
So there was
orientation
really not, it
change
wasn't
of
very
the
useful
phone.
to you at that point.
Portrait to landscape.
No, so I was working off of my extraction
3
because I was
hours
able to obtain the
and
full file
30
system,
minutes into this
which
fucking
gives me more
stream.
information.
Are we on
than
the
an advanced
same
logical
phone,
tool.
Maggie's phone still?
Yeah.
Oh no, we spoke
went to
about Paul's
Paul-
briefly.
Well,
but-
yeah, then we went back to Maggie's.
Yeah.
Oh Christ! Just kill me.
Turn
Just
to,
fucking kill me. I never want to do
Maggie's
this
phone
again.
and the
Fuck this
recovery of
trial.
that.
This may be all they have.
You
If they're
testified
spending
earlier,
so much time
was
on this
it-
bullshit.
Is it your understanding
Yep.
it was recovered in the afternoon?
I
of
thought all
the day
phones were
after
girls, you know,
June 8th?
getting plugged.
My understanding is recovered June
Thank you,
8th.
Flex.
The
you.
approximate time it was recovered or time frame, I'm not 100% sure of.
Oh my Christ! Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
I'm doing swell. Just biffy, man. Just biffy.
Good for you, fucking you.
I wasn't ready for Officer Cheese Pizza to be still on the stand, but hey, you know, you can get surprised.
Still here.
So we haven't gotten. Wait, this is a cross or this is?
I'm gonna show
This
you
is
what
cross.
has
This
been
is cross, yeah.
processed.
I haven't seen this lawyer before. He's a new one.
Yeah, he's a new guy. This isn't even recross. This is just
Yes, sir.
cross. Like
You
this
recognize
Harvey
this one?
Weinstein
Yes, sir, I do.
Dove Bar
what is
motherfucker
it?
has been here the
It is
entire
our evidence
time.
intake form for the Computer Crime Center.
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh would offer this as Defendant's Exhibit 42 into evidence.
Who you got lined up
No
to come
objection.
on stream, Andrew?
It's
Anybody?
admitted without objection.
It's just the intake form from
No,
Maggie
but
Hey,
Murdaugh's.
Hayden.
you got to do this all
Yes,
by
sir, it is.
yourself.
Yeah.
Can we please publish Exhibit 42?
I'm gonna send out a couple invites too.
Ha ha.
Holy shit.
Look at this. They're using like a giant writing pad. Oh, I've got some interesting like 3 interesting updates to give you when we head over to your stream.
The date on the form is June 9th, 2021.
Is that when the phone came to
Let me
you?
see if we can get James
Yes,
in
sir.
on the
So you
lunch
didn't
break.
have it from on the same day they recovered it. It was the next day.
Correct.
On this form, do you see where it says subject's name? What does subject's name mean?
It's just the name of a subject, whether it be a
That's a
victim,
tautological
witness,
argument. Oh my
suspect,
God.
anything
What does
else that,
subject's name
provided
mean?
by
It means the name
investigator
of the
for.
subject.
And here where it says subject name
Wow.
unknown, would you understand that to mean the subject to be the person who committed the homicide?
No, sir. Like I said, it's just a subject name. We get them that are witnesses. Some are victims, some are suspects. It's just a subject's name.
Well, down here under keywords, do you see where it says urgent request and it's tick yes?
Yes, sir.
And then what's the reason for that request?
It says unknown suspect.
And again, given that this is a homicide, doesn't this indicate that at this time they're saying we don't know who committed this homicide and there's some urgency about looking at the victim's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stick with Maggie's
Cast
phone,
coordinator,
but
I
really
am
quickly,
pissed. I
I
am
wanna just quickly
legitimately
turn
pissed at this trial
calls.
right now.
show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 46. Recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It is an evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center that's led.
Well, Your Honor, offer Defendant's 46 in evidence.
No,
It's admitted.
Lieutenant Dove, is this the intake form for Paul's phone?
I believe it to be so, yes, sir.
Which you got on August 13. I believe we had testimony on that.
Yes, sir.
Maybe.
Is it an urgent request?
No, sir, it's not checked, yes or no.
Is there anything written on here that indicates that the subject is unknown?
No, sir, the subject line is blank.
I'm going to turn back to Maggie's phone. You recognize this one?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's an examination worksheet for mobile devices.
And this is for Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this as a plaintiff's, Mr. Murdaugh's exhibit number 43.
no, sir.
It's admitted.
This has, let's just ask this. When did you perform the full file system extraction on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Well, June 16th, 2021.
And that was 8 days after it was recovered, right?
Yes, sir.
And why was there an 8-day delay?
I attempted to process it. Was only able to get a partial extraction originally from the device. It would not process fully with the iOS and the model for that phone. I did do an advanced logical to get some information off for the investigators since it was an unknown suspect. Then on the 15th of June of 2021, Graykey updated the software, and then I reran it the next day with the updated software to get the full file system.
Congratulations.
Is it fair to say that essentially there were some technical difficulties and you were unable to do it for 8 days?
It was just that at the time, Graykey did not support that model and that iOS. It was not difficulties, it just did not support it.
Okay.
That is technically a difficulty for your office, Dick Shit.
Period.
That's
Would anything have been lost on the phone? We've talked a lot about how things can go pretty quickly on some of these tables. Was anything lost during that time?
Some of the location data from GPS systems, since the phone came in airplane mode, could have been overwritten.
And I think we talked before that's in one of these SQL-like databases called Cache.
Yes, sir.
And I think we even looked at on the Paul's phone, the timeline, there was the state's attorney pointed out some GPS locations.
Yes, sir.
Was the source of those on the timeline, that was cache? That was the cache SQLite database, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So now I want to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
It's a database. It's tables from a database that denote longitude, latitude, time stamps.
That was really
accuracy.
loud.
Very loud.
And for whose phone?
It says on the top, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone.
And this is from the cache?
Yes, sir.
And is this actually from the same table in the cache database as was the source in those GPS locations we were looking at on the timeline for Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. They were both cache databases.
Oh, Tasha, honestly,
MV
Vice's dog right now.
On this.
Vice's dog knows
It
what's up.
appears that the first entry is at June 9th,
Oops.
2021 at 2:51:21 p.m.
So that's 2 days after Maggie Murdaugh was murdered.
Yes, sir.
And it took 8 days to extract her phone.
Yes, sir.
If it had been extracted in 6 days, would we have this data for the night of the murder?
It's possible. It appears it may be. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's interesting
that
and
latitude
slightly
and
poignant.
longitude of the oldest entry. Do you know where that is?
No, sir. I would have to plot it to know for sure.
Would you disagree with me if I said that that's a SLED building, given that it's the date?
No, sir. I would say that most of these are probably the SLED Annex building in Columbia.
And it is. Yesterday, you were asking questions about a Faraday bag, and there was some discussion that often there's no real point if it's already in airplane mode. But you said that one difference between removing the SIM card or airplane mode and a Faraday bag is that the Faraday bag would block GPS signals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If this phone had been placed in a Faraday bag until whatever the Reiki issues were could be resolved.
All right. I'm just going to test my Alex Murdaugh impression here and see how it sounds.
It should have, as long as the Faraday bag was not defective and sealed properly, then it should have blocked the GPS.
And then we would presumably have GPS data going back to 6, 7.
Good.
Yes, sir. I would imagine so in that time frame. Yes, sir.
I really wish I could put this at like 2 times speed, but unfortunately we're locked into real time. We can't bend times and space continuum to speed this shit up.
Look, to be fair, the defense actually just did make a half reasonable point. If something that the SLED team did erased some of the GPS data that would actually prove or disprove, then that's an issue. Especially if it could have actually been prevented by putting it in a bag. Which actually sort of makes sense as to why they've been harping on about it so much. Can we change the orientation of time?
Yeah.
Apologize, Your Honor. Almost done. I don't think I've offered this into evidence.
Which one?
I don't think I've offered this into evidence. Perhaps you should know.
Exhibit 45.
They're probably having as much trouble following this trial as we are. Despite such a cluster.
One, I guess, final question. I said something we would come back to.
Final question, please.
One of the
Yes.
state's exhibits. Do you have 284?
Let's see. I have 283. Yes, sir. I have 284.
I'm sorry, and I
It's
said
okay.
the wrong number, 282. Sorry.
That's okay. I have 283. I have 290, and I have 284 up here.
Okay. Well, I'll find that one, and that will be our last question.
Oh, thank God.
282.
Thank God.
Oh. Oh, God. Go to lunch. I want to go to sleep.
what's been entered as State's Exhibit 282.
Yes, sir.
You turn to page 16.
This is the most fucking ridiculous examination and cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the text message, going to check on them, be right back?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there anything on there indicating it was delivered around 9:31 p.m.?
It shows the time on here is recorded as June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
And in the rest of the information around that text message, do you see anything?
Around this particular text message, just that its status is unread.
Let's see the exhibit, please.
Shut up.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Your Honor.
Please go to lunch. 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 Please go. Fuck!
Mr. Barber asked you about the potentiality of
That was a perfect
Alex
lunch
and
break.
Maggie's
Fuck
phones
you,
being
Judge,
carried at
and
the
your
same
stupid
time,
nice
correct?
chair.
Yes, sir.
And you testified that there were no steps on Alex's phone at about the 8:55 timeframe when we see steps on Maggie's phone, correct?
Correct.
Don't leave the witness.
At 8:55, and we can refer to the report again if you need to. Between 8:53 and 8:55, do you see steps on Maggie's phone?
This is what we've been dealing
Yes, sir. I
with for
see
the
steps
last
from 8:53.
3
and
hours,
ended at
3.5
8:55.
hours.
And do you see any steps after that?
7:15, he took 28
No,
steps.
sir, I do not.
At 7:30, he took
And if you
343
wanna,
steps.
pick up Alex's steps report.
None of which means there were actual steps.
If you don't mind
It's
reading.
very
Look at the
misleading.
exhibit number on the back real quick.
It states Exhibit 290.
And would you look at the steps, the time frame of 8:05 to 9:02 p.m. on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And do you see any steps on Alex's phone for that entire time period?
From 8:05:35 p.m. to 8:09:52 p.m., it shows 74 steps.
And let me stop you. I think you misspoke. The start time was 8:05 and some seconds p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the end?
The end for that one was 8:09:52 p.m.
Right. All right. And do you see any steps after that prior to 9:02 on Alex's phone?
Yeah,
No,
steps
sir.
into the grave.
And that video was recorded again at what time?
The video was recorded, the camera was started at 8:44:49 p.m.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about
Harvey Weinstein looking motherfucker.
these times that Mr. Barber wrote. So this one. All right. And this is the information that Mr. Barber wrote down while he was having you read off some of his minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at
How's that, Corn Pope?
04, I believe this was a screen on event, is that?
Yes, sir.
If you need to look at the original report.
Love you, Sean. You rock. God, I can't sit up.
And then at 8:54.
Yeah, Steve, what's it called? A white claw?
Change at 54:40, correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
sir.
even in a joking parody of a friend, I would never fucking hold a white claw in my
9:06:12,
hand.
we have an orientation change.
I have standards.
9:06:12, correct?
We're gonna get you white girl wasted on White Claws in Vegas.
Let me just verify this seconds real quick.
How many white claws would it take to
9:06:12,
get
yes, sir. I see
Sean
the
drunk?
start
That's
of an
my question.
orientation change to portrait.
Sean,
Okay, and 2 seconds later, what happens?
I don't
see
know
a call.
tolerance. I've never seen
Like
it.
about 80. I mean,
It's from
it's
PA
weak.
on the report, but
Whatever.
that's Alex Murdaugh's phone number.
Ends in 1227.
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Barber asked you, and I can't remember if you wrote it down. What time does the screen turn off? Or is Maggie's phone screen on during that call at 9:06:14? Let me ask you that. Take a look at the report.
Yes, sir. I see a time ending for the screen on at 9:07:00 p.m. And
The defense
it looks
lawyer
like
is
the
like,
screen
I
started
will
and
count
came
to
on
three.
at
There will be no
9:05:44
four. I
p.m.
count to
Okay,
three.
so the screen comes on at
It's like Hans
9:05
Gruber here.
and it turns off when?
It turns off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And when was the next time Maggie's phone screen turns on?
It turns on at 9:31:44 p.m.
All right, between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I think you testified about this, but I'm going to ask you again. If the screen is off, will a phone record a orientation change?
No, sir.
No.
So Mr. Barber was
No, it's
asking you
not
about
good,
the
Matt.
phone being
Come on.
thrown at this 9:06:48 time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you can't tell us exactly
All
when
right,
that
I got
phone
you,
was
Sovereign.
thrown, correct?
Correct.
With the information that you've recovered from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
But if that phone had been thrown after 9:07 with the screen off, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
If that phone had been thrown at 9:08:58,
Okay, now I'm gonna like mute the volume here because this is what they were talking about for about 30 minutes a while ago. Like if you were driving down the road and you saw a phone number come on your phone and you wanted to get rid of the phone and you threw it out the window, golf, frisbee golf style, would it change the orientation? So they're saying like he just frisbeed the phone out the window, and would that change the orient? They've been going on about
That's
this
just
for
one of their hypos, right?
Oh yeah. They've been going on about this for like 30 minutes to an hour.
and let's look at Alex's steps one more time. Do you have his report with you, Andy?
Yes, sir. I do.
Could you hand it to me?
Yes, sir.
This is State's Exhibit 290. Let's look at his steps
Now Flux, stop asking reasonable questions.
real quick. And I'm gonna need the Elmo, please.
Fuck Elmo too. Elmo doesn't want to be on trial.
All right, let's look at record 26. This is something we've previously talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's 283 steps between 9:02 and 9:06.
Tie me kangaroo down.
Yes, sir.
Sport. Tie me
And that's
kangaroo
Alex,
down.
correct?
Yes, sir. It is.
Old Australian Struckman lying,
All right,
dying.
and record 27.
Oh, you are so sleep deprived, aren't you?
What is indicated in that record, sir?
I just don't
It
have the
shows
sheet
the
metal to go
phone
waka
recorded
waka waka. with.
195 steps starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:22:39 p.m. and ending at 9:32:14 p.m.
Actually, Execution's got a good point there. Don't sing that again.
Seriously? What? Really?
Okay, record
Oh no.
28. What does this record indicate, sir?
This record shows steps being recorded by the phone of 60 starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:35:55 p.m. and ending at 9:45:37.
Morgan Dawson, I know, but that's what the witness
So-
was saying. He said golf frisbee. If you threw it out the window like golf.
At 9:22,
frisbee. My son is actually a
There's
competitive
195
disc golf
steps.
player, so I know this.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
and at 9:35, there's 60 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've testified, we've talked about this quite a bit, a step count Is that something you can 100% rely on as exact number?
No, sir, it's not 100% accurate.
And Mr. Barber asked you about the phone will record distance as well, correct?
Yes, sir, it can record distance and show it in meters.
All right. And you've already testified that the steps is not always exactly accurate. In your opinion, the distance that's recorded by a phone from steps, is that generally accurate?
No, sir.
I was going to say, because that's not how the distance is recorded.
Would that be, in your opinion, more or less accurate than the steps?
Bye, Rolf.
The distance is recorded, I would consider
Did
to
you
be
just
a little
work
less
it out?
accurate than I would the
Yeah.
steps.
Right? Because there's some variables, correct?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
There's different variables about stride length. As far as when somebody's walking, some people stride further than others. Some people, when they walk, they
Tell me
walk
more about
faster
my large
than that,
steps.
so they can cover a greater distance in a short amount of time. But they're using more steps a lot of times because they're not striding maybe as far.
But we see 195 steps at 922, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 60 steps at
Is
935.
he tied to
correct?
Jimmy
Yes, sir.
Savile?
And is 60 less or more than
Not that
100?
I'm aware of.
60's less.
And would you expect the distance
You haven't
traveled
looked
at
very
935
deeply into
to
it.
be less
You know,
than the
okay.
distance traveled at 922?
I would have no way of knowing. Just depends on if somebody was up walking.
they probably
around
interrupted the
versus
meetings.
Sitting down, it's just hard to say.
But more steps were taken at 922, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection sustained.
Sustained.
Just a couple more things. The defense exhibit, what number is it?
Best trial ever.
Oh, Christ. Kill me. Andrew, I don't see your stream. I don't see your stream here in my forward in my redirect.
Is it not? I made number. I numbered mine day 6. So are you not seeing that?
There's nothing from you here.
That's insane. Let me give you the link, the direct link.
Defense exhibit 54, please.
Yes, sir. I have.
Okay,
it.
there we go.
I
I
have
got
here.
it.
I'm sorry.
You
I
got
just
it.
had to search for it.
That's the direct link. Yeah.
So would you mind bringing?
You know I'm censored, Jeff. Come on.
Yeah. No, nobody got a notification until after I started the stream today.
Yes, Flux. YouTube is very much hiding streams. Don't get me started, or we'll be here ranting for another hour.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And I'll let Ms. Barber have you read this. But
Oh, they got him.
Oh,
Boys, they got him.
crap.
Boys, they got him. It is now the
2 days in a row, too.
Really?
Yeah, he did this yesterday, too.
He did it, or did no? But it might be YouTube.
Well, the YouTube stream's still going, so it had, unless StreamYard's turned on us now, too. Wouldn't surprise me.
Well, StreamYard was abandoning us. It was actually kicking people out.
Really?
When I started my stream, I had 9 viewers.
That's just odd.
And then it went to 400. Then Ricada started, and then went down to 250.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
They whacked him for talking about YouTube.
Susan is like, how dare you? How dare you and your kangaroo in your hat?
Rule 1 about this shitty trials. Nobody talks about this shitty trial.
That implies there's something to actually watch.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Oh, thank you, Corn Pope.
I bet if he said, let's take a lunch break, like the jury would love him enough to just give him what he wants in this trial.
Yeah, you'd hope. You'd hope.
Oh. Luck VNO, thank you so much. I swam the other way, was hanging out at Ricada stream, then came over here. I don't care where you come as long as you clean it up.
Well, you're going to need it.
No, not the hair. Not the hair.
All right.
It's too messy.
Hang on. Maybe I should bring up the trial. What happened?
Jeff, should I use this as a natural pause to get my stuff going?
Yeah, whatever you want to do. I don't care.
Correct.
I
Correct.
literally just don't give a shit at this
Okay,
point.
in like a couple minutes, I'll like 1 or 2 minutes, I'll bounce and get that started up. Because I think they're gonna have Big Pun here on for at least another couple hours.
Text entry number 6.
I'm sorry
What
you have
time
to
is
sit
that?
through this. You warned me about this guy
Whoa,
before
I
we
knew it.
started
I knew
today.
What is that?
When this prosecution
And local
said,
time, I
"This
would
is
subtract
our
4
main
hours from
witness,"
that. It would
on the
be
phone?
4:03:14 p.m.
And what does this
We
text
don't
say
care
again?
anymore, corn
It
poke.
says, yes, he does. He told
I guess
me
I should-
he was
I guess I
tired
should
when
hard post
when
my
he
link,
left. I
just
hope
in
they are
case.
treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Jack Matt, I appreciate that.
Let's go
Nick
now
rocks. He's a great
to
guy. He's my bud. But hey,
entry
thanks.
number 8.
I'll take compliments. Why not?
And again, that's 8:06:43 Universal Time. What is that? Eastern Time?
It would be subtracting 4 hours. It would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
And what does that text message say?
It says, I am scared for him.
Kakarosh, you
and
bite your
Alex and
tongue.
all of
Do not
us."
wish that on us.
It says him. We just read the text at number 6. From the context of this message, who do you think him refers to?
I believe it refers to his father, Mr. Randolph.
But it says she is scared for Mr. Randolph.
I like your
who?
poll, by the
And
way.
Alex
Yeah.
and all of us.
There. John's whole life is boring. So true. So true. This guy lives this life.
Mr. Barber asked you about that camera that came on Maggie's phone, and I believe it was around 8:54 or 8:55. And if you have that report, if you need to look it up real quick, you can.
Yes, sir, I have it. Do you need to know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah, you don't read it.
It states exhibit 283.
So that camera that came on, can you look at the exact time again at 8? I think it's 8:54 time frame.
Yes, sir. It shows an end time of 8:54:35 p.m.
What was the start time?
It was 8:54:34 p.m.
So that camera was accessed for how long?
1 second.
And I know you testified that from the data you have, you can't say with 100% certainty how that camera is activated, correct?
Correct. It's just showing as an application usage. It could have been that the phone thought it saw something and the camera was activated, could have been running in the background. For 1 second, it doesn't look like somebody might have touched it to cut it on.
Okay. If it had been someone actually trying to turn on the camera app, would a second of one, let me rephrase that. In your experience and expertise, you've reviewed phone data that shows cameras being turned on that by.
Speaking of
persons
cameras
at
turned on, I'm going to go
correct?
turn on my camera and warm it up.
That was a nice segue.
Whatever you guys are ready, you got
You
the
see
join
a
link.
camera activated.
Oh, and everybody
used as a camera.
go on over to
Take a picture.
Legal Mindset,
Or to take a
subscribe,
video.
like, and we'll
How
automatically
long is that
transfer
camera app
here as soon as we
on?
get just a fucking short
It's usually
break.
several seconds to a minute.
We'll see you in a
Because the
bit.
camera has to come into focus of the picture it's going to take.
And if a camera app is on for only 1 second.
So there will be no O.J. Simpson trial
What does that
tomorrow.
lead you
I need
to
to
do?
sleep.
Where it's located in the application usage log, and for 1 second, to me, it would indicate that the phone's camera was possibly looking to see if it recognized a face or recognized something that was running in the background.
Objection.
Speculation.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Further. Yes, Your Honor, very quickly. On this camera, are you familiar with something on the iPhone called Springboard?
Yes, sir.
Nice Arrested Development blast there. Baka!
It's usually things that are set that once you touch them, it'll bring it up to focus as far as with applications of different things.
If the metadata, and I try to say this in an understandable fashion, but if Knowledge C had data about that camera app that indicated the usage came from Springboard lock screen.
Not soundboard. I have soundboard.
How the camera was activated.
If it showed it was coming from the lock screen springboard, it would mean that on your iPhone, if you look at it, you have at the bottom right corner a little camera there, that you would be hitting that from there.
Okay. Have you checked to see if that metadata is a Knowledge C for this camera event?
No, so I didn't review the springboard metadata.
Oh, for fuck's sake! So there's a
we
there's a
saw-
perfectly reasonable explanation for that camera, and he
There's
didn't
kind of
check.
a little flurry of activity screen on and off orientation changes happening right around when this camera usage happened. And if it were coming from the lock screen.
level of
plus some
incompetence
metadata
is
that
just
would show that,
palpable.
which we may well have. Could it be that she was trying to take a picture of someone, say a perpetrator?
I've lost
For
track.
1 second, it would be to start and stop in 1 second. I would imagine that would be difficult, but could somebody
I
accidentally
believe this
activate
is
their camera and then shut it off?
redirect.
Yes, sir, that is
I
possible.
honestly fucking don't know.
Perpetrators
I've lost
responded by
track.
shooting at her. Could that explain?
No, that's defense guy. This is recross.
Orientation changes. very
Okay,
shortly
that,
there.
yeah.
I would think if somebody went and activated their camera and then they're in fear, they wouldn't think to just shut off the camera.
But if they had their finger on the
There are
phone,
plenty of
they-
times when I've accidentally swiped the camera and then locked it again within a
There's a lot of
second.
possibilities
Yeah.
could happen.
This is
I don't know
not-
how a person reacts.
Does the camera app ever store a snapshot of the app? In other words, a screenshot that might have an image, even if
I
you didn't take a
accidentally
picture?
screenshot like a
I
billion
haven't seen
times
that
a
with the
day.
camera stuff. I've seen snapshots be captured of apps running in the background.
But have you looked through the snapshots in this time frame? All the ones on the phone, are they all there?
The ones I look at, I did look at one. The last one from my recollection was a Facebook that was open in the background.
And lunch. And lunch. There's Buster Jr. You can see the flame red hair
Now
there.
step down.
Like
You
step
may
down.
step down, and ladies and gentlemen, we will break until for an hour and 15 minutes, around 2:35.
An hour and 15 minutes. Okay.
Fuck, that was rough.
Yep.
All right. Now, I really, really want to go to sleep as soon as possible. My life sucks. This trial is killing me. It's sucking the soul out of me. So I'm going to wrap this up as quickly as possible, and we'll all go dump over to Mindset. Christ. All right. We had our poll. Let's close down the poll first of all. In third place, I believe that Murdaugh is guilty. In second place, I believe that Murdaugh is innocent. And in second place, I believe Murdaugh is innocent with 26% of the vote. And in the lead with 59% of the vote, I believe that I don't give a fuck. This is torture. Won the poll.
That's what I voted for.
That's what I would have voted for if it would let me vote on my own poll, but it doesn't, so I didn't. I can play with my poll later.
It was 4 hours of.
Shut up and get to the point.
Seriously. Or my particular favorite for this whole thing.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
All right. What's going to happen now? I'm going to shut this down. And you should be automatically transferred to Legal Mindset, and I'll be over there in just a second. If you're not, there's going to be a little box at the top of chat that says something's happening over on Legal Mindset. Do you want to be joined, or did you want to be a cuck? Click on that and you'll go over there. If that doesn't work, and it may not work because YouTube, then you just go to Legal Mindset on YouTube and click on the live stream. And that'll take you there. Guys, you've been awesome. Mods, you've been super awesome for being there. You're always there. And chat, you're the best chat on YouTube, hands down. Love all of you. Wouldn't be here. I'd have no reason to be here if it wasn't for you. Thank you for all the super chats that came in tonight. So deeply appreciated. I think I read them all. Let me just double check here. Yep. I have read all the super chats according to my records. Hayden, what do you got coming up before we I'll go over there to Andrews?
I've realized that I'm slowly killing off my channel by being here, so I'm going to try and do something tonight, which will be the usual. Well, I keep going through, so I go through my usual time. But I mean, it's not like it matters because, like, if I do a stream, like 10 people show up. So
more than 10 people show up. Come on.
Well, look, it's between the last time I did a show was between 30 and 40, which I love them all for showing up and not dealing with the trial. But yeah, I'm probably going to have to do an actual show sometime tonight. So,
any thoughts of coming back to late night again, where you used to be?
As soon as the bloody daylight savings time, yes. The wife wants me to start doing more like at night as well. Like she actually asked me, why aren't you streaming at night anymore? I said, well, thanks to the time difference, but if I start at 11 o'clock, it's like 4 a.m. Eastern. So, you know, maybe to try and pull in some more of the Aussies. You watch the night show, Flux? Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
When I'm not well, yes, people. When I'm not doing 3 a.m. till 10 a.m. trial streams, I will start doing nighttime streams again, just so that I'm actually getting some sleep.
You really need to make sure you get over to Aussie Overlord and subscribe to his channel. We need to break this freaking cycle. YouTube again. I had like 107, like 273, like 33,270 some odd subscribers, and then when I went to sleep, I woke up at 260. Then I went to 258. Then I went to 260. Now I'm back up to 273, and I assume I'm going to wake up to 260 again tomorrow. That's how it's gone every day for the last 4 days. Fuck YouTube. We need to break the cycle. We need to break these chains that bind us. So make sure you get over to Aussie Overlord and subscribe. And as for me, just this fucking trial until it comes to its horrific end, whatever that may be, which I assume is going to be an acquittal at this point. But Friday, you do not want to miss Friday. Friday night, I'll do Friday morning, the trial stream. Friday night, I will be doing my monthly Fuck It Friday stream where I try to liberate as much money from your pockets as absolutely possible with a drunken griftapalooza, griftathon booze stream where $100 super chat gets me drunk by shooting a shot of amazing top tier whiskey. Aggregates of $100 gets you a shot of a lesser whiskey, but we just do it all in fun, so I never have to worry about grifting for super chats the rest of the month. And I have an amazing rogues gallery of characters lined up to come and join me and hang out on my stream, one of which is staring you in the eyes right now. Aussie Overlord will be there on Friday night starting 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is 1 p.m. UK time, 10 a.m. Korea time, and noon Australia time. It's going to be fun.
You heard the man, people. Take your swig, shoot your shot, and make this man some money.
Yeah, exactly. Let me bring up the list of guests that have already agreed to sign on to this nonsense.
Ekaros. Jeff's not the only one that wants to forget this trial. Honestly.
Oh yeah. I just wish I chose poorly. All right, joining us for our Fuck It Friday, take your swig shot is Aussie Overlord from Australia, Meme Copium from Japan, my ride or die homegirl Danny On from somewhere in the Great White North. Ian Runkle of the Bailey will be there from sunny southern Florida. Stephen N. Gosney from somewhere in Minnesota. Drex will be here. It'll be a Drex stream. Potentially Criminal Sean has said that he will be here. Boxing extraordinaire, as well as awesome public defense lawyer Andrea Burkhart will be here. Flux, our very own Flux, will be here. Yesterday, our guest Ari Jacobs, she will be here. Perhaps Christina from Radix Verum will be here. And I certainly hope Steph the Alter Nerd will be present. Those are the people that we've talked to so far. So we got a great cast lined up of people where we just sit, we chill, we talk about everything weird and wild, and we just let the conversation go where it goes, and I get liquored up on your dime. So throw all of your hard-earned shekels, dollars, dinero, whatever the fuck at me, so I only have to do it once a month. That'll be Fuck It Friday. Do not miss it. It is awesome. And with that said, I'm going to end the stream now, and Ozzy and I are going to head on over to Legal Mindsets channel for the time being. So for the next 30 seconds until we meet again on the flip side, take care of yourself. Ozzy has his outro. Give us your outro.
Stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, people, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
And enjoy your legal vices. Out, bitches.